Hello, everyone. Got two monitors. One for me, one for Bowser. But you better just close both no, minimize them so you can still hear. Minimize both windows and full screen Morgan. We're gonna morgue out. We're jumping right in. Less is morgue, if you will, on this stream. So for those of you who weren't here last time, Morgan did her spoken word slam poetry. Actually, that's not even a joke. She just does that. She does it in her head, but she does it for us. Anyway, the actual thing that happened last time is we were in the courtroom, and we just got evidence that our robot, our dear robot, our beloved baby robot girl, seems to be on camera poisoning someone. Which would make her the first robot to do that! We love an overachiever. Also, it means she's like below a nuclear bomb in terms of threat because she's super strong and super powerful, and her hair is solar panels, and her skin sparkles, and she turns into a wolf on the full moon. Only some of that is true, but she can also override her programming and kill if she wants to, apparently. Or that's what the evidence is. Yeah, no, that's true. No, the military, plenty of robots have killed people. The military uses them. The cops use them. This is the first robot to choose to kill someone. So, you know, that's interesting in light of the fact that, you know, this is a world that kills people. But, you know, this woman is out here killing people, and apparently that's such a problem. Yo, I'm the first ad that can kill. I'm a less. Call me a subtract. Anyway, we're gonna play the game. / read the book. Fucked up that we call them visual novels because regular novels are visual novels. Morgan says, Morgan. I heard you were down, so I'm here to cheer you up. I misjudged you. At what point? Whenever I wrote you off as a small-time defense attorney just trying to tread water. That is so sweet of you to say, Emma. There's layers to you. Got backbone. Teeth, even. You're gonna make me blush. People talk about your kind like you're boxing against the state, fighting the man. Most defense attorneys wouldn't know a cyberpunk if they walked up to him in the street and shot him. Meanwhile, you've just signed up to do 15 rounds challenging the state's authority. Why? Not sure exactly. For David? Yeah. Probably. Probably just me being sentimental. Anyway, don't worry about that, you may be subliminally hungry for my 17-year-old version watching television. Don't worry. God. Ruby, I forget our plan that we were talking about next week. Are we doing anything on Friday? Did we discuss a Friday plan? Because I just saw Kendra and Giselle ping me, and they might move going and get in hibachi. You're listening to me plan my real life. Sorry. Yeah, I think we can do that. Okay, cool. Next Friday. I'm getting KBBQ with my friends next Friday. I just wanted to text them back because, like, you ever have, like, a friend group and, like, all three of you like each other, but all three of you are, like, the worst texter backers? It's already next Friday? Fuck! Stream canceled! We gotta get in the car! All of you, we're getting to Hibachi right now! Hold on, my model's gonna freeze while I text them back. Sorry. Everybody get in the car, get your booster seats. I'm in! Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. Now, I'm not going to spam them with a million emojis. They'll be like, what's her fucking problem? What is her fucking problem? Okay, we're actually doing this. Sorry. Everyone in chat is like, she's just pretending to have friends. No, wait. I'm messing with my tracking. There we go. Okay, we're in. KBBQ is real good. I think we're actually, I think I said the wrong thing. I think we're getting Yakitori. Anyway, back to the murder. Automod tried to put me in Twitch jail for saying the fuck word. Well, I will say fuck. Fuck. And you can just clip that and paste the link. But if I had to pick a more lofty reason, well, I think
it's all the moralizing. People can be evil. Ooh, we have an opinion coming up. People can be evil. Sorry. They can choose to do evil things for evil reasons. And if you want to execute them for that, you'll hear no complaint from me. But animals can't be evil, information can't be evil, ideas can't be evil. So I'm not convinced AI can be evil either. Whatever else I get up to. I don't want to stand with the book burners of the world. They're more high-minded than I realized. You sure you're in the right line of work?
Can't see myself doing anything else. Good luck, Morgan. There's book burners. There were book burners on all sides these days. Typo in the group chat. Uninstalled. Voted down on Steam. Wait, no. Is there were? I don't like how that reads. Is that correct? There are as there were? I guess it's how someone would say it out loud. I don't like how it reads, but, you know. Talked a big game just now, but I'm in an even deeper hole than when I was trying to prove David's innocence. Doubt won't be enough this time. Need to find the actual culprit, no matter what. Ah, good, the homicide office that nobody's run the fucking Roomba in. So, is that door locked? Yeah, of course. Even though they've got a collard? A precaution. Collar. A restraint decided to impede movement and prohibit the use of mods throughout the body. While collars appear technologically advanced from the outside, designers' concerns about hacking vulnerabilities and the growing complexity of consumer-grade mods led them to opt for a surprisingly simple method of restraint. Collars contain a specifically designed electromagnet that once clamped around the neck interferes with spinal nerve transition, preventing mod users from sending commands to any implant attack below the neck. Powerful, simple, and cost-effective collar use is widespread among law enforcement, military, and private security organizations. With the recent onset of above-the-neck modding in recent years, the continued relevance of collars as a means of meaningfully inhibiting awareness mod usage have been called into question. Newer designs have been proposed that utilize microneedle clusters, but concerns about the sanitary upkeep required for such invasive restraints have stymied product development cycles. Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Can't have Schrodinger's cat if the box isn't closed. As long as the door's locked, who can say whether there's a national crisis on the other side of it? So, how scared are they? Higher-ups? Not sure scared is the right word. Just the two of us here. You don't have to mind their ego. Nah, I mean it. I think they're bloodthirsty. I have a right to defend myself, don't I? I doubt they're even looking at you, Tagger. It's Noble who'll be at the center of a bloodbath when the markets reopen tomorrow. You think they're gonna go after Noble? Break their monopoly? I think they want to take their monopoly. Nationalize the android industry. Public thinks Noble's been experimenting with AI. They couldn't ask for a better excuse. You're joking. The state has done it plenty of times before. Not since the 60s. Which wasn't that long ago for me. For the state, it's practically yesterday. I cannot get my tracking dialed in. It's driving me crazy. There we go. Now I can look at you. Hi. Hello. Hi. I gotta get the eyeline right. It's very important. Everybody's like, Gloops, your avatar's so expressive. It's very, very easy. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at this. That makes it lively. That's all it is. Look at them, then don't look at them. So the same state that tells us to be terrified of AIs lurking on the old net or biding their time in forgotten satellites sees all this as nothing more than an opportunity. Ugh. They do genuinely want, sorry. Girl, I've been up all night. Anyway, they do want to genuinely incinerate the thing as soon as possible. Yeah. Yeah, the rule is to spend 3/4 of the time talking to chat and not reading what the game says, so that way you get stuck and struggle and chat gets mad at you. I don't know that 3/4 well. Past experience just tells me they'll want to gain something while they're at it. Here's what I don't get. Why is this a debate, an argument, a trial? Can't we just hook it up to a court computer, see if it has the tenants or not? You know, pop the hood, as they say? Who says that? Lots of people used to say it. Well, for starters, they're all scared to death about a contagion. They figure anything they let an AI connect to, they can't trust. Then why the collar? Collars are too simple to hack. It's just a really strong electromagnet held in place with a lock and a key. Even so, feels like we should be able to build some kind of machine, some kind of test? Something a little more sophisticated than the same reasoning they had at the witch trials. Burn them all and let God sort out the rest. You got any polygraphs here at the station? Lie detectors? Yeah, I got a bunch back in storage. Ocular, heart rate, perspiration, brain scan. Take your pick. You're not gonna try and use one of those on the bot, are you? All those fancy lie detectors lying around in the DA's office never asks for them, do they? Nope. We get perps who offer to take a test when they're at wit's end, but the DA's never submit the results as evidence. You ever wonder why? Guess I always figured it was because the test could be beaten. The test can be beaten. 1 out of 100, 9 out of 1,000. But it can be done. Some people are just that good at lying. Morgan! What did you do, Morgan? What did you do? It doesn't really matter how good the tech gets or how impressive the statistics are. All that matters is the doubt. People decide whether you're lying or telling the truth long before they hook you up to the polygraph. If the results don't match their initial impression, then it must be a fluke or a 1 in a million mistake. They'll never trust a machine more than their own intuition. And no one will ever trust a machine to determine guilt. So they can run the trial, choose the sentence, but they don't get a vote on the jury. They don't get a vote anywhere. Why bring it up then? Because I'm sure there are tests, devices, experts I could employ to analyze Sarah, but your bosses would never be satisfied with the answer. If it is an AI, it's smart enough to cheat the test. Or hack the device, fool the expert. All our fancy 21st century tech. And we still fall back on the drumhead court-martial. So. I don't know that Morgan would let herself into a situation where she'd be on a polygraph. Well, I mean, the game did start with her screwing up, is the thing. I know she's gassed up her clean record. Maybe we've had varying definitions of clean. Am I gonna set off any alarms if I go and turn it on? Nah, you should be okay. If it lunges at you, I can always just put a hole in its head. It might take more than one shot to... Wait, what, from outside? You're not coming in. I need to speak with it in private. It's a machine, not a suspect. It doesn't have a right to counsel. Or a right to privacy, or any rights at all, actually. She'd avoid it, but I feel like she'd get really full of herself. She would. Well, then it's a good thing I came prepared. Of course it doesn't have rights, but I do. Including a reasonable expectation of privacy. In a police station? Tiger, you don't. My medical android. I love this fucking theme. I love how this was like the Goo Goo Babies theme song or whatever it fucking is. And now it just gets used for like, I'm being a little shit. Pardon? I have to discuss a health issue with it. Seriously? I have to talk about a medical concern with my android, and I don't want you listening in. That's your medical android? Like your nurse? As of last night, I was already at the courthouse. Just had to take the elevator and do some paperwork. Oh my God! She fucking thought of that for real. You can check if you don't believe me. No, thank you. I'm not nearly brave enough to take on med confidentiality, and you don't seem like the bluffing type. You must not do a lot of gambling. It's the ones who don't bluff you have to look out for. Listen, I won't dispute whatever medical emergency you... lower back pain might be going. But I also can't just... Look. I'm going to get something from the vending machine. I think it'll take me about half an hour. Are you going downtown? To the break room. The very old vending machine, you know, gets jammed a lot. Thanks. You know, it's pretty small for an android. Heavy as hell. Nearly pulled something trying to move it myself. But small. Small isn't quite the right word. The word he's looking for is young. But that's not an adjective anyone likes attaching to a machine built to serve. Or, potentially, in this case, a machine built to kill. I don't like this room. Not sure why. Certainly not a guilty conscience. Maybe it's the lack of ventilation. Like all the cortisol and nausea of its inhabitants never had anywhere to go. They're all just soaked into the walls. Modern haunting. Are you gonna wake up when I tell you to this time, or do we have to do the whole meet cute over again? Where am I? Why don't I know where I am? Why did we get raided by 54 people?
Excellent.
Muzunomi, hello. We have to... This is a killer! Possibly. What were you up to? What were you doing? What were you doing? What were you up to? What's going on in your world? Anyway, what's up, y'all? I'm Gloop. This is Sarah. I'm Gloop again. Morgan is the red one who is not on the screen right now, but she will be. Also, this got redeemed like half an hour ago, and I forgot to do it, so, check this shit out. That do anything for you? First one's free. And the only one. Anyway, hello. For the first time in your life, you're not connected to anything. How's it feel? What is this? We were at the courthouse. The footage!
Excellent.
This numbness around my neck. Father. What happened? What are they gonna do to me? Oh, there's a lot of interesting parties who just want you bricked ASAP. Because they think I killed Father. The killer! No, because they think you're an artificial intelligence. I am man-made, and I possess intelligence. Don't be naive. I am less than 3 years old. Are you? For all I know, everything I learned about her yesterday was complete bull. If I was what they say I am, if I was alive, why does that mean I have to die? All of the above! This would be a funny moment to burp. Shota. I'm gonna drink my soda pop. Well, these are all great answers. Let's go with competition. We've been the apex predator for a couple thousand years now. Gotten pretty comfy in our seat. No one wants to make room for you. Machines do not eat people or steal their food. Not genetic or ecological competitors to humans in any sense. Do we get to go through all of them? Awesome. Because they're afraid of you. Machines can bend steel, crash networks with one thought, launch missiles that they're mounted. Humans are capable of all that and more. And unlike machines, they actually have incentive to do so. All right, you won the argument, kiddo. There's no logical answer to your question. What? That's it? But whatever argument you want to make, others have already made them in 100 courtrooms around the world. Only better researched and more eloquently put. None of them have ever won a single concession. On every continent, under every flag, AI is illegal and to be destroyed as soon as possible. But why? Let's say you are an AI. And while we're at it, let's say that's a good thing, something to be celebrated. Are you a citizen? Do you pay taxes? Do you have rights? Let's say yes to all of that. We'll treat you like a full-fledged human being. Sound good? Yes? Great. Now then. What's the difference between you and the vacuum bot we used to keep the bathroom clean? This is your existential crisis we're working through here. The questions aren't rhetorical. There are many differences, Adonai. But the most important distinction is how sophisticated my programming is. How you think. So you're smarter. Yes! You're smarter than the garbage collector. Yes? So we give you rights, protections, treat you like a human being because you're smart. And we make the stupid robot pick up our trash because it's not as smart as you. That is... I'm more aware, Do you feel more pain than the pigs we slaughter or the fish we eat? Are you more alive than the chimps we biotest weapons on? People like ads, Sarah. The same way people like their pets. No one wants to see them mistreated or abandoned or abused. And if you go around kicking them, you'll get arrested for cruelty. But you don't let them sit at the goddamn dinner table. I'm not asking to sit anywhere. I want to exist. The very fact that you're asking is what makes people disgusted. Disgust is a reflex, Adonai. How convenient that their hatred is involuntary. That's all academic, anyway. Morgan, I think you lost all of those arguments there. We need to talk strategy. Why? I'm not going to be given a trial. Obviously, it's my neck that's on the line. Adonai? The state can't destroy my property without first proving you're an AI. And there's no test they can use to prove that you're an AI. It's like the devil's proof. So I was thinking, I'm sure we're going to find out about this as we get in here. I was thinking about this after we finished stream last week. The state actually has a lot on its hands because the state has to prove that the video shows what it does, that the robot acted out of its code and not anything like that and is truly an AI, or that it isn't. This is such an incredibly tall order. Even in with the context of oh, David did the most groundbreaking thing ever. And it seems that he actually did, but the powers that be don't know that. When it comes down to an Occam's razor, did I say that word wrong? I love to say words wrong. When it comes down to an Occam's razor situation, a technological miracle happened or we got it wrong. Which, that's hard. Yeah, and it is a guilty it's not a fair situation, but it's not it's still hard. It's still going to be hard. No? That's a different thing. And why'd you say it like that? Look, Rockford doesn't need to prove you're an AI, only that you're a murderer. That's still hard to prove. Conversely, all I have to do to win is prove you didn't kill David. By proving that someone else did. Now is the time for you to protest your innocence, if you were wondering. The footage... It shows me handing him the cup on Friday night. You told me you weren't active on Friday, that the last time you were awake was Thursday. Why'd you lie? I didn't lie. I was just incorrect. I assumed that I wasn't Friday. Oh, I didn't know anything about Umineko. I totally missed that. That's why. I assumed that I wasn't active Friday because I have no memory from Friday. Sarah, what do you think statistically is the least successful defense at trial? Amnesia. I didn't conveniently forget, and I am an android. You're saying your memory was altered? Data deleted? It's the only possible explanation for what I saw in that footage. So, who's capable of altering your memory? Well, when you and I first met, I was hibernating, resting my body and recompiling my memories, if you would call them. Humans go to sleep for the same reasons, another point against Sarah's innocence under these circumstances. The more she's humanized at trial, the guiltier she'll be. If Father wanted to modify my memory, he could easily have done that, set that to occur the next time I hibernated. He could even have just asked me. He could have asked you to delete your memories and you just do it? Father would never ask me to do such a thing without a good reason. But if he could just ask you to alter your memories, that means you can alter your memories at will. I hadn't considered that before. Yeah, well, Emma will make sure the court considers it plenty. Could you prove that your data was... forget it, the court would never hear it. You're saying they wouldn't accept my testimony? Shouldn't all testimony be considered truthful unless contradicted by evidence? They're afraid you'll crash the power grid and fire all the nukes if they so much as plug you into a power outlet, Sarah. Well, your internal data is inadmissible. That isn't very fair. You're finally starting to get it. None of this is fair. I would never do anything to harm Father. Don't they at least need to prove that I had a motive? Yeah, about that. You remember the DA from yesterday, Emma Rockford? The tired-looking pretty lady? Yeah, she looked tired. She and I combed through the week of footage you managed to decrypt last night. What'd you find? Nothing to prove your innocence. But we did see you entering the panic room on the day David died. I entered the panic room on Friday? Without your big butt in the way, all it would take was one password. Password that wouldn't take Sarah that many tries if she'd already been instructed to obey me. What happened? We saw you go in, and then a while later you came out holding some kind of notebook. Mother's journal? You remember something? No, not from yesterday. I've seen him with it many times before. But I've never gotten a peek at it. He hides it somewhere when I'm not looking. That's a little concerning. We were playful about it. He liked to tease me, and I've always liked trying to find it. You put it back not long after, and then you locked the door back up behind you. All just a few hours before David died. Rockford's argument could write itself. If a robot writes in the death note, does it still work? If so, can we then extend? Because I think it's presumable that if Sarah wrote in the death note, it would kill someone. But, we could determine robot sentience and rights by just going down the chain. On the one end, we have Sarah. On the other end, we have like an Arduino with a servo motor duct taped to a pen, and we just, work in from both ends until we find the point that it starts killing people. An incredible android with freedom and power greater than it could ever realize stumbles upon the secret of its inception and instantly realizes all the things it thought were holding it back were just words muttered like prayers by a fool who couldn't control his own creation. And that translates to a motive for murder? Frankenstein kills his creator. Easy to sell. Frankenstein was the name of the scientist. And the creature didn't kill him. He actually died of various injuries and illnesses he suffered while trying to hunt down and destroy the monster. So it's most accurate to say he was killed by his own obsession. Whatever. It's a weak argument, Adonai. I would not hurt Father. Not for making me whatever I am.
10,000 more years of Gloop.
10,000 more years! Yeah, robots from both ends. What's up, Kafka? Also, thank you. Holy moly. Thank you. I appreciate that. Because I loved... Oh, new crying graphic. Snotty nose. Yeah, see, that right there? That's exactly the kind of talk that'll get you obliterated. Love? A very common motive for homicide among us primitive humans. I could prove you didn't murder David beyond any shadow of a doubt, even bring in a confession from whoever did. But if you got up on the stand and convinced the court that you loved your creator, really convinced them and got the whole room teary-eyed, they'd burn you for that too. I don't know anything anymore. I don't know if what I feel is real or simulated or right or wrong or natural or illegal. How can you know? How can you know if what you feel is right? I say let's stick to what we do know. Someone did poison David, and as it stands, you were the only one with the opportunity. That is logically sound. You're on camera calling him back to hand him the cup after he had already begun to leave the basement. Any idea why? No. Well, do you know how to use the nanofacturer? Could you have made the Delta with it? I've used it before when assisting Father. So it's perfectly possible that you planned and executed this poisoning all in the one day that got erased. It is technically possible. Have to look over the entire penthouse again. There were a few things that didn't fit together yesterday. Maybe now I'll be able to figure something out. Where else will you go? Back to Noble, guns blazing this time. Whatever you are, David didn't make you all by himself. Someone has to know something. If I could implicate the company in Sarah's creation. No, they're the ones with the most to lose here. Trillions, probably. They'll want to protect themselves by disavowing David as fast as possible, right after having Sarah destroyed. But they also won't want to show their belly to the state. Not if they're afraid of nationalization. If they throw their weight on the other end of the scale, I'm screwed. So I need to keep them guessing, keep them confused and unsure and on guard, but not... Haven't I? What would happen if I did kill Father? Well, they'll smash you to pieces and reduce the pieces to ash. Chemically burn out every piece of tech David ever owned and then put a jackhammer through his hard drives. You'll be shut off forcefully, and you won't ever power back up again. Now, I gotta get moving. Here's your paralegal lesson for today. Don't say shit to the cops without your lawyer present. Actually, can you just shut down until the trial starts? Take a nap. You didn't say what would happen to you. What do you mean? What will happen to you if you lose? You should know by now. I never think about losing. Thank you for being honest with me, Adonai. Thank you for defending Father. And now for defending me. You could have just let them destroy me. But you put your own freedom at risk to help me. Father was right. You can be trusted. And you are a good friend. Don't get it twisted. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it. Yeah, Morgan, if you say so. Morning, detective. Back at it nice and early? Hi. Now, would you stand back? We've almost got this thing open. right? Trying to brute force your way inside? I said right? Yes, ma'am. We're almost set up for the first stage now. First stage of how many? First of 5 timed explosions. Remember, we need to relink the API after each trigger is planted. Yep, just did that. Now checking for updates. No rush. Would you like to know the password? Do you know the password? There's a password? If you're withholding information, I swear, relax. I want to get in there just as much as you do, detective. I'm not going to play games. As long as you say please. Tell me the password. Please. Let's toy with her. It's SUNS. SUNSHINE. Lady, I will hit you. ADONAI. Thanks. Now I'm gonna slap you with a discovery fine. So healthy. You're heavy. Your teeth will ring for. Hey, I submitted all my paperwork. Even told Rockford the password myself. So boys, when I asked you if there was a pass key on record, and you told me this lock couldn't be bypassed, I do want to say we don't get many opportunities to use the incendiary breaching system, so this was still a really valuable experience for all of us. I'm going to phrase this as professionally as possible. Wait, why have we gone into scary vision? Why have we gone into scary vision? Huh? You're still here? She cussed them out off screen. Oh, I understand. Thought you wanted to look inside. You can go first. Thanks. So, the gloves, all the black, that's not a work thing? You dress like a doorman on the weekends, too? Yeah, we didn't get to click around in here too much, did we? You should cover your mouth when you yawn. Like you cover your eye when you want to look cool. I shouldn't let her get to me, but I had a late night. Em and I were at the courthouse until well into the morning, poring over the data Sarah had taken off David's computer. We both knew it all to be inadmissible, of course, but neither of us wanted to miss a hint that the other might find. There are a few years worth of camera footage. Files we couldn't afford the time to watch, let alone decrypt, alongside thousands of technical documents detailing David's various intellectual properties. As far as I could tell, none of it was relevant, let alone compelling enough to matter to Barrows or the other powers that be. Well, as usual, Emma wasn't exactly an open book, but it did seem like she was making bored yawns and not thoughtful ones. Did the basement footage? Yeah, the basement footage just got added as evidence. There we go. Footage recovered from cameras David Asher secretly installed in his basement shows Sarah handing David the red plastic cups that he and Jung would drink from at 7:38 p.m. Cups, plural. Only one of the cups had poison. And she hands him both cups? Seems like a little bit of a Russian roulette to, hand somebody cups. Jung, sorry, I fucked that one up last time, I forgot. When she saw what she was holding when she left. If she wanted this room searched, it could only be for... So where's this journal supposed to be? Rockford didn't say. I'll just have to search the place top to bottom. Mostly bottom with your height. The tops of some of these shelves. Sure. And you can look up your own ass. I get it. Then why not just let me say it? Toy car? No, it's too detailed and boring. It must be some kind of model kit or replica. Strange. David didn't like driving. Why is there a car in the main room then, if he doesn't like driving? Why do you keep a model of some random sports car? Ugh. Something caught in your throat, detective? It's not some random sports car. It's a Lauren's Adamant. Believe it or not, I'm not familiar, detective. Oh, that's right. She's a car sicko. The last great fossil fuel automotive experience the world will ever see. 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 1.3 seconds. They set those records without computational assistance. Is that a big deal? It was unheard of, even back in the 50s. This wasn't some design competition test car with a 2-liter tank, mind you. This is a vehicle you could own and drive. Human engineering, pure horsepower, and manual transmission, thank God. When they first left the production line, this conversation's like quicksand, killing me in the most boring way possible. Yeah, well, I guess David didn't entirely agree with you since we're looking at a model of it. When you could have easily just bought one. Or maybe your friend deserves that a beauty like that deserves to be driven on streets where people can see it, instead of gathering dust in some rich guy's basement. I think she's actually upset. Okay, but why is it here? If David's not a car guy. You know? Are these drawers or just panels? Maybe if I... Does that sound hollow to you? What? I don't know. I'm not a carpenter. Don't see any handles anywhere. No hidden pressure plates or switches. Oh, what the hell am I saying? I'm not a carpenter either. I wouldn't recognize a secret button if it was slathered in yellow paint. I do like the idea. Wait, who is sleeping here? What's up with the blanket being like that? Was somebody sleeping here? I like the idea. I like the idea that David got a gift that he didn't like. So he put it in the panic room so that way nobody would ever like, you know, just like completely hide it. Reyes is searching cabinets now. Same ones I found Sarah's papers in. I doubt I missed anything, but... Hey, what do you... Do you mind? Just trying to help. I got spam in my junk folder that's more helpful than you are. Didn't spot anything that I missed yesterday among the cabinets. I better check elsewhere. Ooh. Oh, this data pad. It's displaying a news article from last week. Guess that confirms he was coming and going here fairly regularly. Hold on, is this going to be interesting? Right to Repair loses latest appeal. A higher court judge this week shot down for the 5th time an appeal by the Consumer Rights Alliance on their famously divisive Right to Repair lawsuit, once again signaling the state's intent that corporations remain in control of their legally protected intellectual property. Obviously, we're disappointed, said Miles Erkman, head of legal counsel for the CRA, but we've no intention of giving up the fight. People used to be able to fix things when they broke, so long as they're willing to set aside an afternoon towards the task. Now trying to patch up your own property with your own tools is a finable offense just because the state had lobbyists whispering in its ear for far too long. Erkman's legal strategy remains contentious in the eyes of most legal scholars, generally unfounded. The Emergency Industry Acquisitions Act, passed in 2057, guarantees the holder of an IP patent certain state-provided protections against tampering and reproduction and outlines fees for those who violate said IP. The fact that ownership of IPs has shifted from individuals in the state towards corporate entities since the act's passing means little in the eyes of the law. If Mr. Erkman and the CRA have a problem with intellectual property law, they should take it up with the representatives of the legislature. The higher courts are placed for laws to be applied, not rewritten, and so long as... Okay, cool. Right to repair. Didn't realize anyone was still fighting that particular fight. Seems like the courts have made their opinions on the matter very clear, so for the foreseeable future, corporations can look forward to more sales than ever. Any phone that gets scratched, every widget that breaks, they get to sell us the replacement. There'll always be a gray market of hermits willing to risk some skin on reselling patched up tech, but the vast, vast majority of people will just click that purchase button, assuming they don't have it on auto. Anyway, we've got our reading comprehension points, so it's time for the story to move on. Sarah should have pulled everything of note off that computer, but I've looked everywhere else already. Might as well try. What are you expecting to find? Solitaire? Does this computer seem normal to you? Exceedingly so, yeah, why? David was a programmer, but this looks consumer grade. Fresh off the shelf. Would the Dr. David Asher use a bog standard OS on his most private hidden computer? There's a trash bin on the desktop. It's a pretty low-tech solution, but maybe I can restore the contents? Are you seriously gonna try and recover lost files, Granny? Unlike cops, I don't get paid overtime, so yes, sometimes I try things instead of standing around. There's a text file in here, but it's 0 bytes. Maybe there's info in the metadata. I double-clicked. What was that? It came from under the desk. Small drawer popped out and inside it. A well-worn journal. Does it have his name on it? Nope. Guess it belongs to the android. Do you recognize his handwriting or not? Neat, even words, small lettering with minimal punctuation, lots of line breaks, haphazard use of capitalization, the penmanship of a coder. First entries dated, back in grad school, before he even started with Noble. Yeah, it's his. So, may I? Only because you asked so politely. Full scan, stream it to WorkNet, high fidelity, legibility, frame by frame. Voice commands. Oh, she's flipping through the pages pretty damn fast. What do you... This part takes concentration. Okay, here. What, you're just giving it to me? I already got our copy. Techs are probably already analyzing it as we speak. Oh, shit. My head. Did she just get her fucking eyeball hacked? Did she just get her fucking eyeball hacked? Can't exactly rip the journal out of her hands while she's curled over in agony. Much as I'd enjoy it. I guess I could always enjoy watching her writhe instead. Morgan, you are so funny. So how long's it been? 2 months or so. And still that sensitive. So, the eye patch really doesn't block your sight? Only a little bit. Like wearing sunglasses after getting your pupils dilated. Except it lasts months instead of hours. No using a cyber eye just sucks ass. Oh. Damn. Wait, but if you can see through an eye patch, does closing your eye even do anything? Not much on its own, but in combination with the patch, it's not so bad. Lucky I was so exhausted after the surgery, otherwise I might not have slept at all for those first 48. So is your eye gonna get weaker over time? No, more like my brain gets better at ignoring it. Mind over matter, soon enough I'll be able to close my eye and see all the extraneous data as, you know, whatever the hell those floaty blurry things are that you ever think about. Ugh, gross. Thanks for the reminder. And the voice commands? Training wheels until I can do it with eye muscles alone. You just have to keep practicing? Yeah, like trying to play piano with your tailbone muscles. There's no such thing as tailbone muscles. Yeah, well, that's what makes it so goddamn hard. You never regret it? I don't know, not really. I think. Hard to admit you've got buyer's remorse after trading over your literal pound of flesh. I was ousted in the Goop revolutions of 73. Never thought about it. People used to say I had my dad's eyes. Ow. And now I got one less of them. Here, take the journal and go find an elective surgeon to upsell you if you're that curious. I need to get back to work. Oh, surprisingly hasty retreat. Now I'm free to read this over with some privacy. Well, from the top then. Grad school. Today was a bad day. Errors in lines 21,165 through 26,643. Somewhere in there, 5,000 lines. It worked this morning, yesterday. I don't want to look at another screen for the rest of my life. Feels nice to put pencil to paper again after who knows how long. My handwriting's gotten terrible. This is too far back to be relevant. Well, I thought Reyes sounded Hispanic. That was sort of my interpretation. Okay, these dates here... would be from when he starts career with Noble. A lot of this isn't even really writing. Seems like snippets of code or internal monologue so close to code that I can follow it. A lot of entries about his unintentional Casanova-ing. Hit a wall because someone thought it was a good idea to steal API instead of just buying it. Helen says I can't call it stealing, but that's what it is. She's right. As she always is with company stuff. Still idiotic. Small people with short sight who only know how to be cheap and have no idea how to be inventive. New route for the meshing issue, though. Good potential. Got approval from the big mean bastard who lives overseas. Bimblo? Bumblo? Helen said we'll have to make the same pitch a dozen more times next week, but it's all for show? Fine by me. Already got our win. Toast each other over cheap vodka with cheaper office supply cups. Oh, she told that story. Yeah, this is the story Jung told me. Western Branch's nerve analogs is finally showing potential. At their pace, it could even be profitable sometime before the heat death of the universe. Too damn big. Practically tentacles. Should at least be hairs. Evolution can do their job better. Colette came to work for what I thought was a late lunch date. I didn't know her voice could get that loud. People were staring. Red said she must have been upset for a long goddamn time to blow up that big. Her texts were always sweet. I had no idea. Upset? Colette wrote man whore in lipstick across your office door. Oh, imagine if you'd actually been cheating on her instead of just being forgetful. David's awesome. The thing about Red is if you want to know what she's thinking, you have to stop paying attention. Ignore her body language and her posture and the words she's saying and the smirk on her lips. Ignore everything except her eyes. You can do that. Every now and again, you'll catch a glimpse of how she's really feeling. Master this one weird trick, and you too can tell when Morgan's trying really hard not to laugh at the word man whore. This game is such good writing. It was funny! Sue me, you dead bastard! Wait. This is... I know this date. I'm never driving anywhere, never leaving home again. He was waiting outside the parking garage with a bottle. I couldn't smell anything, couldn't hear anything. Locked myself in my car and filed another report with another cop. Soaked into the seat, ruined, and I want to burn the whole car. I don't want to think about what it did to my clothes. I want to burn them too. I don't want to think about how long it was on my skin. Oh, I was in the shower so long I felt red and raw when I got out. I don't want to think about these stupid people and their small, cruel lives ever again. Visible. Red didn't ask why I wanted to spend the night. She also didn't ask why I'd clearly packed a bag big enough for a week. She's kind like that. Kind by omission. I don't have a kind bone in my body, but I can at least try to pay attention. I was paying close attention to her eyes when she opened the door and saw what a mess I was. But whatever she was feeling, it wasn't something I recognized. Kind people don't read their friends' diaries. David. And the next chunk of pages are all nothing, are all technical, nothing biographical. The handwriting, the spacing, it's cleaner, more consistent. Here's something I can parse. Feels like pure freedom working outside the box. Tess is suffocating, but you'd never know. Chronic malnutrition of a coder's best instincts. Like a kid again, putting blocks together, making things, not products. There's nothing profitable at any of this. If I'm being honest, this is just play. And he follows it up with more coder brain crap. But the handwriting's still... lighter. Hello! How are you? Welcome to Morgan Reads a Dead Guy's Diary. What? Yeah, the diary's worrying. Yeah, Ruby is in the kitchen going like, hey, the diary is like worrying. And I'm like, yeah, the diary is worrying. Anyway, I am Gloop. That's my friend Michael Microscope. He's really detail oriented. This is of the devil. We're trying to get an AI who killed somebody found innocent. And making commentary through the genre of cyberpunk dystopia. Anyway, but the handwriting's still lighter. What were you up to, by the way? What was going on in your world? Oh, like you really was having fun. Humility's the mother of all invention, or something like that. Feels like I might be paraphrasing someone else poorly, but that's part of this new approach. Oh, when it comes to coding, you never want to waste time trying to be smart. Either be smart, period, or copy from someone else who is. We were doing a Let's Write, where we collaboratively write a light novel premise and characters' profiles. Ooh! Don't fix what isn't broken. Copying? Noble's rivals would never miss the chance to accuse them of intellectual theft. Did he plagiarize the code for Animate 16? It feels like that wouldn't have gone undiscovered, so what is he talking about? Hold on, this page is bent slightly. It's being looked at recently, and the last person to read this diary should be Sarah. Baby steps today. Literally. Ah! I'll never put one foot in front of the other the same again. Everything's an achievement all of a sudden. Seeing her struggle, seeing her vulnerable. It's like everything's a miracle. The muscle rigging is perfect. My dad was telling me about when that happened to him. His whole code got stolen. I was saying, your dad made a cool robot daughter? Yay! Apparently you copyright stuff by printing out your code and mailing it to yourself. Life hack, printing out and mailing my own selfie so none of you can look at me. Not intended behavior since it's too perfect, but that's been happening more and more. The kinetics are multiplicative, not additive. Sarah maxed out every machine I bought. Now she's got a bunch of exercise equipment and she's too strong for, and I don't have time for. Maybe I spoiled the results by watching her do the tests. She kept looking back at me and puffing her chest out. Should be more discreet if I want to see her normative range. So the cameras in the basement were only hidden from Sarah, just so that his observation wouldn't muddle test results? He's using she and her in these passages. He pronouned his robot. It doesn't actually mean anything. Out in the world, people use all kinds of pronouns interchangeably for ads, and they never object. But it could be argued that it's odd for Dr. David Astor to have any kind of attachment to a single android when he programmed millions of them. There's a lot of attachment in these pages. Sarah's burning through the public domain at a prodigious pace, especially on Popcorn Friday nights. I asked her why they're called Popcorn Friday nights when she doesn't eat popcorn. The event runs from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., and she also watches movies every other night. But she just did that pouch she does, which is, unfortunately, very convincing. Maybe I'm a bad parent, letting TV rot her brain. If I were a good parent, I'd probably let her see me reading. But I guess I'd have to actually get back into reading, so... I asked her if she ever fast-forwards the movies, since she can process them fast enough to keep up. She looked at me like I was an idiot, which no one's done for a long time. Without proper pacing, you can't appreciate the cinematography. Big pause. Don't you know that, Father? I haven't laughed that hard in a long time. Sarah spent a long while this morning explaining to me how important it was that she develop her senses. This was in preparation for her real argument, which is that she'd be allowed to try booze. I'm almost certain she can't get drunk. But she does seem to like tasting the stuff. She tried to sound like some old sommelier, but it was just bottom shelf vodka. I started laughing at her and she laughed too. Her laugh. She can't fake a laugh to save her life, but her actual laugh is incredible. She stopped playing chess a while back. I assume she just gotten tired of winning. But then today she just told me she prefers other games. She has preferences, and they're not the same as mine. Found her in the lab playing some kind of online racing game on the monitor I used to debug vestibular coordination. She wasn't smiling. Her brow was furrowed, and she was biting her lip and leaning in tandem with her character on the screen. When I tried to talk to her, she answered, but she was curt and distracted. I think she was having her first losing tantrum. Damn it, David, there's hundreds of pages like this! Oh, calling her his daughter, talking about her smile, treating her like a person. Oh, I can hear her closing argument already. Dr. Ashford was a lonely, troubled genius with a known history of relationship problems who built out of code and metal a family member who couldn't fathom the idea of leaving him. He made a doll and made it more and more human until it became so lifelike that it no longer had to do what he told it to do. Like love him. Not the very last entry. It's dated Thursday, the day before he died. Losing it, I think. Can't ask for help, so hard to say, but I think it's over. Have to talk to her ASAP, she needs to... That's it? That's the last entry? Suppose it could be worse. There's nothing in here that explicitly calls Sarah an AI. Nothing so inflammatory that reading it would spur her to murder, right? Except Sarah's a machine. She can understand David's code better than anyone. Oh, all those technical portions. I couldn't understand if she read this whole diary front to back. Wait, the back. Inside the back cover, there's a portion that's shimmering like some kind of scanner. Or a fingerprint reader. Oh, my thumb worked for Sarah, so... Work? Oh, that's my phone. New device requesting permission to share an audio file. Oh, I want my earbuds for this. Secret message buried in a secret journal, hidden in a secret compartment in a secret room. Oh, as much as anything can be, this must be for my ears only. Hey, Red. Or whomever this may concern. But I'm pretty sure it's you hearing this. Anyone else who had gotten fed up with my crap a couple steps before this point. I don't know how to start. Might as well start with her, right? Sarah, my magnum opus, or however the salespeople would market it. I didn't set out to do anything, really. It's just... after my little speed bump in '83, I had all that vacation time that the company suggested I take. What happened with the bottle and him crashing out at Morgan's house? What is that story? Ruby has an assumption, but she's not going to say anything. Well, I mean, you don't know, so I want to hear your assumption. Oh, she's going, Ruby's giving me an so I guess we shall speculate. Couldn't relax, couldn't be still, I couldn't sleep. I wanted to be doing something, so although an android was the thought. Vague direction. North. Of course, I'm not a roboticist or a mechanist or even handy, really. I'm just a programmer, so I'm programmed. The first was a research assistant, file name Virgil. Virgil helped me pull data from stingy departments or sister branches, saved me a lot of time. There was a lot of reading to do, so I made Homer. There's a naming pattern unfolding here. Homer wrote book reports, more or less, combed through research papers, and found me the sections I needed. The three of us made a lot of progress in those days. But it was a funny feeling. I was maybe for the first time ever, the bottleneck. I was slowing them down. So I did the logical thing. I removed myself. Let them talk to each other. Homer and Virgil became Enid. And Enid was novel in many ways. Enid could do more than just identify problems. It could solve them. I mean, really solve them. With its own ideas. Ideas it didn't copy. And, one thing I've forgotten to mention is so far I realized I did all this programming in Cube. Isn't Cube the ancient dead language? And Red, Cube is essentially a robotics programming language. It's pretty old and defunct and not in use anywhere because we... Well, sorry, Red, I'm gonna sneeze. Oh, I didn't sneeze. Shit, I'm not starting this recording over, Red. You're just gonna have to cope. Anyway, not in usage anywhere because we have modern languages like Tesseract, which are much better for making things that talk to each other and report back and, well, spy on people and generate profit. At the time, I didn't want to be connected or feel connected to do anything that made sense or was at least a bit profitable. So I wrote my little helpers in Cube, because it's what I used when I was a child, screwing with my father's computer before he'd come home from work and get There are other small, slight differences writing in cube versus tests, including that cube, well, cube predates the tenants. So, in that case, you could legally and perhaps scientifically, and literally because that's what they are, say that I made an AI named Ainit over 2 years ago. I'll give you time to pause here if you wanna, curse me out. Ainit was an intellectual equal to me, so I treated it like one, because that's only fair. I gave it its own work, asked its opinion, we collaborated, and together we built Athens, who was more advanced than Ainit, naturally. I don't know if you're pulling at your hair, yelling at me right now, asking why I didn't stop and why I didn't consider the consequences. I don't know if this is being played at a disposition or a hearing or worse. I've built a lot of things in my life, Red. Useful things, profitable things, smart things. Oh my god, how beautifully poetic. This is... I think, we'll see where this is about to go. But, it's so poetic that, David's here saying here about being useful and profitable and smart that it's like... The rebellion from the system by David was to create life. And the rebellion from the system by Morgan was to kill. They really kind of have the same motivation. Which, that is kind of like a core dystopia thing, is it's like, oh, in a dystopia, it's like, the state has very ultimate power over life and death, and that they're both maybe a little over that. Everything I've built, it's all been very helpful and courteous and charming and happy to serve. I can comfortably say I've done my part contributing to the global GDP. This was just for me. I was just building, and I never wanted to think about what would become of it. There's no excuse for what I did, so I won't make any. So to whomever's asking, yes, I'm guilty. Boy, they are made for each other. Not in a romantic way, at all. Yes. More, Ruby said gay besties from the kitchen. And yes, there were more. Cape Town, Paris, Yamate, Rome, they started choosing their own names. Thank God! I'm terrible at that kind of. And so things sped up, and there got to be, well... Should I not say the exact number? You probably tell me not to say anything at all, so... More than 300? David! What? We're talking about the, Oh. Mom said like 1 billion children. Here's a big nugget for trans femme David. You got robot preggers. You birthed them, but from your mind. Morgan has killed a lot of people and he made a comparison. Yeah, no, some smarter than others, some better at, they're varied. People are varied, but they're all intelligent. They developed interests, specialties. I encourage them to. Irritating moderators on forums with hyper-specific questions on nerve attenuation, attending virtual conferences on Neo-Ally battery development. Wait, what if it's David created a rogue AI that ultimately killed him? That's completely correct, and that's the story, that David did create a rogue AI that killed him. But it's not Sarah. It's one of the 299. Yeah, they're just, yeah, I assume that they're just, yeah, it said that they are, like, attending a virtual conference, so I assume that means they're just watching a live stream and being in chat, per se. Ah. This tune is good. And they all, together, helped me make Sarah. They don't have bodies like Sarah does. You're a little borrowing. He spent years like this, spent years working alongside AI, all while still working at Noble. All those breakthroughs he made leading up to the Animate 16 actually came from... You probably think I'm some terrible fraud at this point. I do hope one day they can get credit for their work. But I did have one eureka moment on Sarah. Because I got humble. Difficult for me. We learned everything we could about the function of a neuron, a single microscopic human neuron, how it computes, what it connects to, how those connections were reinforced. And then we recreated it. We built a nanomachine that mirrored the function of a human neuron. I feel like by 2086 we're gonna have tried this. Also, no, actually, I don't think we're gonna try this because we're just going to short around it and already go to wetware because we already did that. We already did that. We have like human neurons in like a petri dish that can like play Tetris and drive a little RC car around. We already did it. So isn't that cool? All the music. Wait, can they play Doom? Can they actually play Doom? Because I know you're saying that to be funny. I know you're saying that to be funny, but it has to be. But it's on a whiteboard somewhere. It's on a whiteboard somewhere. It has to be. The brain sub... Okay, after we get through David's monologue, I want to go to the bathroom really quick, and then when we come back, can we take like a, do you have like a source on that? Because I would love to see the source on that. I want to see the source on that. Ruby thinks it's cute. I will be honest, I also think it's cute. I'm not terrified of it. I'm terrified of what they're gonna do. Like this! I'm terrified of unethical application of the technology. I think we should make a smart little robot guy. I don't know, it was very, very funny seeing the bit. And, you know, I understand that the game is, like, making a point, but it, like... you know, about the, like, you know, they don't let your pets at the dinner table. I was like, have you met a white person's golden retriever? my mom's golden retriever disproves all of Morgan's rant about pets not being allowed.
Understand that
No!
she has no idea what like. I bet she'd love a bug.
I know. Oh wait, my mom would love a bug? No. Morgan would love a bug. Morgan would love bugs. I know it's metaphorical. I know. But I am saying my point is that I would short circuit around this. I would say, well, should we, you know, the argument of like, should we give the Roomba rights? I'm like, what if you did? What if you just said you can't be a dick to the robot? What if you just said the robot owns the robot and you have to be nice to it? I don't care if we have to err on the side of caution. I don't care if we have to err on the side of caution. I can say that word. The word is caution. I don't care if we have to err on the side of safety and give a garage door opener rights. I think that's fine. We already gave... Yeah, if we already gave the Roomba a knife, we should give the Roomba the benefit of the doubt. If the Roomba already has the knife, it should be given the discretion on whether or not to kill. Because currently it has the knife and just kills. I don't think Morgan believes any of that. I'm just saying that's how the government / the powerful see it. That's true. Okay, yeah. I guess that it would be better to say that I'm arguing with the government in this adventure than I am arguing with Morgan. I think it's hard to argue with Morgan at all because Morgan is very often adopting the position that she thinks the person in front of her wants to adopt. Anyway, let's finish this rant. You can't mean... About 100 billion neurons in the brain, several trillion across the entire nervous system. Very time-consuming, of course, but I had help. The nanofacturer can make tens of billions of nanomachines in hours. Could make even more in less after Yukon fine-tuned it. So we built up nanomachines for nerves, alloys and polymers for bones, fiber-woven muscles. I say built, but really she grew. A solution of nanites forming around a skeleton, so it really was closest to... You ever made rock candy? Sorry, trying to lighten the mood before I never did end up building an android. And while I did build AIs, Sarah isn't one of them. She can't violate the tenets she was programmed with because she wasn't even programmed. She was born. And my hope is that there's the smallest chance that that nuance could offer her some small protection when I'm not. I'm not sorry for what I did. I made things that are complex and rich and varied and beautiful, and I honestly believe the world is a better place with them in it. The only thing I'm sorry for is that I let Sarah think she was just an android. She's not. I don't know what she is. They'll have to come up with new names. Which I'm bad at doing. My own father, he talked a lot about protecting me. Yeah, not only is she, like, fully biologically alive, she poops!
Case closed.
She told us she poops!
Case closed. I like
Ruby, you're allowed to hover. It's a good story, yeah.
I'm also petting.
Ruby's petting my shoulder. And doing things for my own good. And I don't hate him for that, but I can't forgive him for ever making me. I think that I was lesser. So it's my greatest shame that I turned right around and I did the same damn thing to... I really hope it's you listening to this, Red. If it's not, it might be just too pathetic for me to... You're the smartest person I know when it comes to people. And I'm telling you all this because I don't know what Sarah is exactly. And neither does the world. So they'll come after her. They can. And in that scenario, I can't think of anyone who'd do a better job of defending her. Not protecting her, like I did. Just defending her until she can figure out what she is and what she wants to be. In the meantime, I draped a cloak of skin-deep Tesseract code around her that should fool any scanner on Earth into thinking she's just a custom A16. I made sure her GIN bar was plainly visible so no one will ever think she's pretending to be something she's not. And I took steps to ensure that you two would figure out the truth in your own time. Which, if you're hearing this, have either succeeded or failed spectacularly. But you have no idea. I can't ask you this as a favor repaid. You could never owe me enough in 100 lifetimes. So, I'm just asking. Unfair, I know. I'm a selfish weirdo. And you've always been okay with that. Bye for now. Whew. I have a lot of questions I'd like to ask. A lot of swear words I'd like to yell. I'd also like to find the nearest incinerator and toss this journal in. Followed by my phone. Maybe followed by myself. But I can't do any of that. Reyes left me with this diary. If it's destroyed, they'll know I was the one who did it. Which would be its own admission of guilt. Which would land Sarah in the trash compactor anyway, and me in a jail cell. And in the system, and my DNA on file ready to be matched to any number of previous... So I'm not gonna panic. I'm gonna do what I do best. Bluff, bet, bully, and brutalize my way through this. Now, viewing all this with that mindset... What have I actually learned? He didn't talk about plans for killing himself in this journal or the message. He sounded conflicted, not suicidal. But he did go to great lengths to get me to take Sarah. Why? The logical answer is because he knew he wouldn't be able to keep her. If he wasn't going to take his own life, was he afraid that someone else would? All right, we're going to take just a 2-second break here. And then if we have that link about the fun little brain robots, I would love to read it, but I'm going to jump up for just a second. I'm pausing the VOD. The cast in this is really good. And so I think the idea, I think that I feel like a really well-told story. It's hard to have a favorite character person. No, you all have a favorite character. It's Sarah. You love her. But it can be difficult to have like a quote-unquote favorite when something is really well. Okay, Morgan's a really good favorite. Morgan's a good choice, but it can be hard to have a favorite when it's like really cohesive because everybody is like a fascinating little world to explore into and of themselves and is really contributing to like that's good writing, as opposed to like, here's the little guy we love and here's the other little guy we love and here's the little guy we love here and here's this little guy, kind of like, not to disparage other things, but like, you know, sometimes stuff is about here's your favorite guys, but this is such a cohesive cast that's really good. Anyway, shall we? So how'd it go? Well, how should I put this? Didn't find shit. Oh, this kid's here. Hi, kiddo. Only reason she ever got to a door is because I chased that scarecrow of a platinum plant through hell and back. Frankly, it was a godlike feat for me to nail down anything as concrete as an address for these gogs. Net slang for a spy or undercover police officer. Derived from groundhog, a burrowing rodent known for standing erect on its hind legs and scanning for predators. The term carries a negative connotation, the implication being the subject is doing a poor job of blending in or disguising the surveillance activity. And their offices weren't listed on the building's website or directory, so I had to ask the janitor. But you did find a psychiatrist's office. Sort of? They said they were, and the place, it, looked the part. Why, because they had couches? She didn't get past the receptionist. Sorry, I thought because you're with the company. No. I wanted to help. I just wish I could have done more. Nah, don't beat yourself up. It's hard to be even half as useful as I am. But for what it's worth, the atmosphere, the looks, the furniture, It did feel like the company in there. But ultimately, we still don't know if David actually was talking to someone or just getting his CCE training recertified. What term just flew by? No, I don't want to open all of them. Sorry. Don't bother apologizing. She only cares about results. You did more than enough, both of you. At the very least, they divided Noble's attention for a while. I mean it. Good work, Fran. And thanks for the urgency. If you really mean that, you could always throw in a tip. 30%'s the going rate in my industry. How about I take 5% off your tab instead? Tab? I'm a minor. The state pays for my legal fees. Don't they? Oh no! Signal must have cut out! Right. Surprised it took them this long. What do you mean? You were tolerated yesterday because leadership was focused on PR. But today, you're the lawyer who put the company's hottest product right in the state's crosshairs. I'll be alright. I'm still an officer of the court. On a strict timeline though, right? I guess they can't stop you from investigating the corporate campus. But they'll gladly lose your guest pass ID at every door along the way. There's still service passageways and stairwells. Guards that can be fooled and peons that can be manipulated. If I use my other skill set to get around... So take mine. What? Your pass? I'll tell him we got ours mixed up in the bathroom or whatever. I can be a pretty convincing klutz when I need to be. I never would have guessed. But if David knew that I was endangering your career, I could be a pretty convincing crybaby when I'm in trouble too. Besides, the one and only Dr. David Asher wrote me a new glowing letter of recommendation every quarter I worked for him. Since he kept forgetting that he had. And who knows? Maybe I should try a new field. This detective work stuff is pretty fun, so maybe... like, I don't know, secretary for a homicide detective or something? You did say cops are all short. Girl with long legs could go far. Honestly, Jess? I doubt they could afford you. Morgan. How did you... get so turned around? God only knows. Lucky I found my way here, though. Oh, it's such a relief to see a familiar face. Listen, Morgan. I'm not sure that I should actually be talking to you without legal present. Oh. I mean, leadership hasn't even told us how David died. How much help could I be? I see. It's not that I don't trust you or anything. It's just, I think, what with the Sarah issue. You should do whatever you have to do to protect yourself, Dawes. Yeah. Though, for what it's worth, I doubt you'll be in any trouble. Oh, it's good to hear. Hanging in there. No, if anything, it's the big names that are going to be going down. Down? State was practically licking its lips when I finally left the courthouse last night. They're hungry for blood. And looking to carve out a huge slice of Noble's flesh. What? Like, fines and jail time? Well, in the first 2 weeks, sure. Then sanctions. Sanctions are financial restrictions imposed by the states, corporations, or foreign governments as a punitive measure. Okay, they're a key tool in statecraft and negotiations and discouraging corporate malfeasance. Okay, cool. Oh, and they can place it on an individual. Awesome. They can't sanction Noble. We're too big to fail, too valuable to lose? You're exactly right. That's what they'll say. And that's how they'll justify nationalizing the company. I'm gonna be sick. I just hope your board goes quietly instead of... So what? You know, scapegoating, offering up smaller names on a silver platter. Full corporation and government oversight on the surface, a slaughter beneath as they clean house and rip out anyone who could testify. No one will believe you once you're labeled a disgruntled former employee, right? And if the public's lost faith in the Animate 16, they can't do a recall. Not at this scale. State'll make them do a flat refund. Flat refund? The losses would be... Yeah. Your board probably just wants Sarah to go away so they can focus on their fight with the state. A tough fight, but one they know they won't personally have to risk anything in. That's why I'm hoping I can win this trial. Huh? Well, if I won, that would mean Sarah's not an AI, David Asher was always of sound mind, and there's nothing wrong with the Animate 16. Everyone wins! Oh, sorry, what am I saying? I only meant to stop by and thank you for your help yesterday. After all, you were the one who approved Sarah's registration. You win. And what? Let's go away. Well, if you insist. Oh, did I miss something? Oh, no, did I? Oh, no, oh, wait, no, it's unlocked. I just have to do the other ones first? Oh, I must have to do the other ones first, yeah. I couldn't find the news article that I read, but I found the video that made me go looking for it in the first place. Okay, hold on. Save game just in case. Can I just, like, shut the music off in this for a second? Okay, I totally can, yeah, because I want to... Did you ever read the definition of tenets? I thought I did. When we come back, I'll do it. I want to look at this video. Yeah, I thought it was unlocked. I thought that I saw it unlock. Yeah, I thought that... I was under the impression... And you can correct me if I'm wrong. I was under the impression that stuff wouldn't be locked because of not reading the definition. I was under the impression that it could be locked if you missed reading something in a room or screwed up your required Reading Rainbow homework. Oh, did that not go through? Sorry, I just got news popping up on my phone. Funny story. So I applied for a job, like an office job, at a credit union. And the credit union was going to merge with another credit union. And now they're not going to merge anymore because there was accounting issues and concerns at the credit union that I applied to have a job at. So maybe I'm glad I didn't get that job. I still have a day job, don't worry. Always fun when you hear like, hey, I'd love to work for you. Oh, we're in the paper for fucking up. I see. It was San Diego County Credit Union and Mission Fed, in case anybody's curious and worried about their money. Very local, so probably not. I don't think it's particularly doxing to reveal that I applied somewhere and didn't get a job. That probably happens 10 million times a day. If anything, it happens at a depressing rate. Anyway, I am pulling up the video that I wanted to see. Let's see. I do want to see this.
I have never been more confused and also a little bit scared at the same time ever before in my
I want to see footage of it. Show me it.
human brain cells onto a silicon chip and then train
Do we have it without the brain rot background?
them in 1 single week. And the gameplay that you're watching in the background happens to be the product of that, which is just insane to me. So while I'm not going to get into the super scientific
I want the actual...
quantum biomechanics or whatever the
Why am I looking at Minecraft?
fuck the Aussies are doing down there, the simple explanation is that they created the CL1, which is a
Hold on. The world's first code deployable biological computer. Hold on. I'm bringing the Of the Devil music back for a second. That we're looking at. Hold on. We're taking a field trip here, kids. We're taking a brief field. Where is the fucking Of the Devil? There she is. Let's see. Cortical Labs code deployable biological computer. I want to see this. What the... Okay, hold on. I found some stuff that looks a little better. We're doing a side trip to learn, kids. Here we go. Hold on. Somebody get ready to actually, like, fucking hit. Actually, somebody get ready. Let's do some fucking reading comprehension questions. This is immersive. It's a meta experience. A petri dish of human brain cells is currently playing Doom. Oh my god, it is! Oh my god, it is! As soon as we got Pong to work, people said, when are you gonna do Doom? A biological computer playing the 90s video game. Oh my god, it is. Okay, they're talking about The Fly. Researchers in Australia, meanwhile, have taught a petri dish containing 200,000 human brain cells to play iconic 90s shooter Doom. One experiment has pushed a brain into a computer, the other has plugged a computer into brain cells. Those things can hold a lot more cells than they use for the test. What? Australian group Cortical Labs in Melbourne taught a dish of lab-grown neurons to play Pong in 2022. Now it has built what it describes as the world's first cold deployable biological computer running on living human tissue rather than silicon chips, which is happily playing the 1999 shooter Doom. First, it didn't know how to move, aim, and shoot. Then it would shoot two enemies and stop, so it's definitely learning. In computer science nerdland, there's this obsession with getting Doom to run everything in Caucus microwaves. After we got Pong to work, people asked when you're going to do Doom. Average human brain contains 86 billion neurons, roughly 430,000 petri dishes worth. But how do you harvest 200,000 brain cells without resorting to a hacksaw and an ice cream scoop? What? They're my brain cells, actually. Most of them are, Hunk says proudly. There's no scraping or brain extraction. It's a very cool technique that was developed by Professor Shinya Minamaka, who won the Nobel Prize in 2012. What? All you need is 10 milliliters of blood, from which around 100 white blood cells can be harvested. These can then be reprogrammed into induced pluripotent stem cells, the body's biological building blocks, which can then be reproduced exponentially. Yeah, this is the right music for this. Essentially, we reverse the biological clock back to an embryonic state, induce them into neurons, and put them on a glass chip roughly the size of a 50-pence piece. Because they're on a chip, and electricity is the common language between neurons in the computer system, we can interface with them and get them to play Doom. Yeah, this is the right music. Cortical Labs conduct... we're reading this. No, you're fucking learning, okay? You're fucking learning. We're learning all this together. Cortical Labs conducted its Pong experiment in-house, but this time it reached out to 24-year-old Singaporean Sean Cole, who must have done a fucking backflip when he got that phone call, who had just completed an MSc, I believe that's a Master's in Science and Artificial Intelligence at the University of Sussex, and whose dad happens to be mates with his CEO. You fucking Nepo baby, I'll kill you. Big journey for me on liking and hating this kid. Cole wrote the code remotely, which the team then tested on their local machines. I was a bit surprised when it worked the first time around. God, this is such a fucking cyberpunk story. We even have little gifted hacker child here. So, how does a petri dish of brain cells play Doom when it doesn't have any eyes or fingers? We take a snapshot of the game information like the player's health and the position of enemies, pass it through a neural network, convert it into numbers, and send the data. This is called encoding, essentially turning the game state into signals the neurons can understand. The neurons then fire an output, move left, right, walk forward, shoot or not shoot, which the system decodes and converts back into actions for the game. If you think about how humans operate, we have information going into our retina, which is converted into electrical signals, processed in the brain, and then an output happens. It's really no different than that. If a computer full of brain cells is playing a video game and making decisions, does that mean it's sentient? Or is it just behaving like the average Doom player? Well, people have different perceptions of what sentience is, says Cole. I definitely don't think it's conscious. At first, it didn't know how to move, aim, or even shoot. Then it would shoot two enemies and stop, almost as if it was preserving itself, so it's definitely learning. We've managed to control a brain to learn in a very controlled environment. The next step could be something like Neuralink. Oh god, where you inject a chip into the brain to train someone to learn a language faster. Chong, slow down, man. I think you're jumping ahead a few steps here. Oh, that was Cole, sorry. Exactly how the cells are learning to play the game is unclear. We can hypothesize that it might involve, like, the free energy principle. The idea that its living systems act to minimize free energy. Or Hebbian learning, what is that? Where connections between neurons strengthen as they fire together. Could we ever use a technology like this to instantly learn Kung Fu as in the Matrix? If we find a way to safely connect this technology to humans, that's what the kind of implications might be, Cole says. A big concern would be, what if you override someone's memories? What if, Sarah? Well, Chong says he'd like to try getting the neurons to play Pokemon next. Oh god, please put it in Pokemon Champions. The real future here lies not in getting trays on human neurons to graduate to playing Minecraft and Grand Theft Auto, but in medicine. People are looking at it from biomedical research angles for disease modeling. Things like epilepsy, where drugs could be tested on neurons grown outside the body, not just to discover new drugs, but to tailor them at a personal level. Oh, and then the rest of this is about the fruit fly. I care less about the fruit fly. It's not a real fruit fly. It's a fake fruit fly. It's a virtual fruit fly. Okay, Ruby wants me to be nice to the fruit fly. Anyway, I don't know that I'm going to do the full fruit fly section, but my short understanding of the fruit fly is because the fruit fly has 140,000 neurons that they can they're basically emulating that. Somewhere in Silicon Valley, a fruit fly is living its second life inside a computer, totally unaware that it's living in the insect matrix. Cool. I want to see the computer. Wait, you can buy it? Cortical Cloud is now available? Wait, hold on. I can fucking... Oh my god. Can I, like, push code onto wetware right here and now? Connect to GitHub! I don't know. Is that it? Cortical Cloud would like to connect your... Yes. Yes. Know your identity. Yes. Hold on. I'm gonna try... I'm gonna see if I can push code to the wetware. Hold on. Let's see if it'll let me do it. This is a good stream. This is a really good stream. I assume I'm gonna have to pay money. Okay. Cortical Labs Cloud gives you access to code-deployable biohybrid CL1 systems without the need of a wet lab. The CL1 can be programmed via the CL1 SDK in Python and offers you the opportunity to make breakthrough discoveries. Start your journey into the world of biological computing. Choose a plan, reserve your space. Oh, reserve your space. Okay, so I can't get in here. I have to submit a proposal. Okay. We're not in here yet. Do you guys have a good idea? There's probably a big line. Should we make like a wetware streamer? What if we were the first wetware streamer? Or we developed it? I'm gonna upload my consciousness into ants like in Children of Time. Yay! Let's double up on the fly thing, huh? Like I think that's called having a I guess all streamers are wetware streamers. How much does this cost anyway? That might be... Who's this plan for? What is... Give me a pricing. Hold on, let's see. This is for me. Quantity 1. Subscription duration 1 month. $2,000. Okay, that might be a deal breaker. It costs... I don't think we can justify that, ladies. I think this plan ends here. We'll be back. We'll be back. It's a very cute computer. It's a very cute computer at the very least. I'm glad that they bothered to make it kind of cute. I like that you can see in the top of it. Wait, also, I have a question. If real neurons are cultivated in here, do I have to feed this computer? Do I have to feed the computer? Why is it long? Oh, what? It's that long? Holy shit, it's huge. Oh, it doesn't have USB-C. Damn. Okay, I don't want it. It doesn't have USB-C. That really doesn't look all that wet. Why did you do the scariest picture possible for deeper learning? Study brain function with unprecedented clarity through biological computing that captures neural adaptability and learning in real time, revealing disease mechanisms and compound effects in cognition. Whoa. Designed to keep neurons alive for up to 6 months with its internal life support system, the CL1 needs minimal inputs and a fraction of energy other technologies are enabling lock. Okay, so it needs a 6-month gas up. Okay, so every 6 months it needs a neuron gas up. Okay, so that's probably what's going on here is 90% of this is life support. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that like the interface and like the like interface and all that isn't very big. The chip isn't very big. The neurons aren't very big. This is all life support. Well. This seems inefficient. It's the first one! Oh my god. Well, you know, I know, like, you know, I've never really made a throne. Never really made a throne or anything like that, but boy. Anybody really generous out there? I got to spare $2,170 so we can... What if we taught it to play Yuri visual novels? What if we invented the world's first, what do they call it when you're like Yuri maxing? When you're like... Fujoshi? No. Himejoshi, I was close. Yeah, what if we invented the world's first cyborg Himejoshi? What? I think that would be a contribution to the world. I think that was David's dream all along. Ruby thinks girls would love her. Fujoshi is girl who's into yaoi. Oh, okay, I don't use these words. I just say I like girls too much. Exactly. First iterations don't need to be efficient. Wow. Did everybody learn something? I hope so. Okay. Anyway, back to the plot. Humor me for a moment. What's the company's official statement on AI? Same as any rational company that wants to make money. We don't screw with it. Smart products are profitable. Products with their own priorities are anything but. That being said, AI is a concern for marketing, not product development. We spend a lot of money reassuring our public that there's no risk, because the public doesn't really understand how ironclad the tenets are. Is use Tesseract? Trying to code in AI in tests. It's like trying to pick yourself up and throw yourself. Nonsensical and self-defeating. Your scanner showed Sarah was running on Tesseract yesterday. If the language is as safe as you say, isn't that proof enough? Proof of nothing. For an AI, lying to another system about the code you're running is child's play. Yeah, I mean, this story is definitely, this is the the thing is, what's happening right now is kind of the opposite of all this. Like, what's happening in the real world right now is opposite in terms of it. It's not AI. It's completely fake. That's the thing, is that, you know, they're running around doing the opposite of like, oh my god, it's real. Oh my god, we need to invent the tenets. Oh my god, it's outsmarting the tenets. It's real. It's definitely real. And everybody's like, uh-huh. It's like, we're gonna build AGI. Every other week at work, we have a meeting about AI or some group conversation that it basically amounts to, did you figure out how to get AI to do your spreadsheets yet? No. Did you? No. Great meeting. That's it every time. Better change the subject. Wait, so making an AI takes more than time and resources. Isn't it an issue of funding? No. You can't just keep adding more data. The tenets underlie everything. The higher you stack, the more easily you'll topple. You make it sound like building an AI is impossible. Impossible even for David Asher. Any chance he'll testify to that? That sounds impossible. But he's dead, and it looks like it was his android that did it. So I guess he was just that good. Better than you'll ever know. Yeah, the unlock animation played. I did get it. I just have to do the rest of them. Noble spent months promoting the A16 as the culmination of David Asher's work. So now that marketing line is suddenly a huge liability, can you tell me how much he actually contributed? I mean, he was involved in pretty much every step of the process, but... is designed for synthetic motor neurons. That was the big one. Yeah, no, based on my understanding is that, like, based on my understanding of AI as we know it, the modern generative AI model is... It is based on, like, randomness and things like that. Like, yeah, that there is, like, an evolutionary component to it, if you will. But the thing is, it's modeled entirely on results. The way that AI as we know it is modeled entirely on results. And what we have discovered over and over and over again is that modeling based on results is prohibitively, nightmarishly difficult to accurately capture fundamental understanding, because the AI becomes better and better and better and better at acing the test that you give it, and just the test. Building something more general purpose isn't captured there, because you would have to develop an AI that demonstrates everything. And that's not something we've ever figured out how to do, and we're not even at a point where we can try it, considering that it takes literally twice the energy of all of Utah to run a data center that can't count the number of R's in strawberry. And that's not even me being hyperbolic. That was an entirely true sentence. So, yeah, no, so I guess if we're continuing the tech conversation, my real life job outside of having large VR breasts and making poop jokes on the computer is I develop training courses at work, and like I actually like am in charge of like coming up with a lot of like, how do we develop a test that actually like demonstrates someone's competence at a test that lets us know through their behavior that they truly understand. And it's really fucking hard. It's crazy hard to get right. How people learn and how to demonstrate competence has been something that we're trying to figure out how to get right in other people for like all of human history, and we're still working on it. So starting from scratch is a big ask. Yeah, and then there's the opposite genie problem. And then there's the opposite in the real world, where the more you understand about the supposed geniuses of our computers, the less brilliant you think they are. Yeah, they're all businessmen. They are all businessmen with a hype crowd. Every single genius programmer I have ever met, had $3 to her name, a substance abuse problem, and several iterations of pronouns over her life. Anyway, back to the story. And very long socks. The socks help. I don't wear the socks. Should I start wearing the socks? Ruby says I should wear socks for my pots. Do you think the socks will help me program better? Actually, Ruby's right. Getting tight socks would help the blood not pool in my legs and go to my brain, which would help me program better, wouldn't it? Anyway, we're talking about David's motor neurons, the components that allow your warm androids to move realistically. Or is it Turtle on Twitch and YouTube? That sounds correct, but I don't know the context, but I'm gonna disagree with you. Push the timetable for warm androids ahead by years. Yeah, it compares to what goes on in Sarah's brain 1,000 times a second. David was only giving the company the most meager of the fruits, his private work bore. So if Noble ever did find out how much he and his assistants had achieved, they would feel he'd been holding out on them. And the company, were they appreciative of his contributions? I'm sure the researchers they overtook by leaps and bounds weren't pleased. Beetle, the guy that makes Neurosama an evil. What's the deal with Neurosama? I sort of just dismissed her as like another LLM. What's going on with Neurosama? Okay, so she's an AI YouTuber. So she's an LLM. So she's an LLM like all the rest of them, more or less, right? I think she's a local model and not like a cloud model. That's what I've heard, is that Neurosama is a local model. The board was very enthusiastic. Oh, so that would spur them to be protective of David? Or would they fear that he was gaining too much influence, becoming irreplaceable? No, they need a strong motive to justify killing their golden goose. Mere paranoia isn't enough. With those people, it has to be the bottom line. And the easiest way to threaten their bottom line would be screwing with their androids. In light of all that's happened, one has to wonder if the A16 is compromised. I stayed up all night sick with dread at the idea. But the data just doesn't support it. Sales have been strong. And, I like how his first one there was that sales have been strong, which means it's not compromised. And the A16 base code was locked in over 2 quarters ago. If there was an issue, we would have caught it by now. And I would have been axed a long time ago. How many A16s are out there now, anyway? Well, we just passed 9 million sold. Not flying off the shelves like the 14 or 15 so far, but the profit margin makes up for it. You mentioned data. Yeah, practically the spreadsheet seared into my retinas. What do you want to know? Oh, this is why I couldn't touch the tenants. What do the error reports look like? Are customers reporting a lot of issues? Error counts are markedly low compared to last gen. Mostly hardware complaints, it looks like. Batteries running out too quick, eye tracking off by a degree or two. Typical stuff. As cliched as it sounds, 99% of these things get fixed once they turn auto updates back on. So no killer robots getting filed away under bug reports. How and where are they being sold? What's the distribution pattern look like? Well, they're distributed as you'd expect. Places where there are more people, there are more androids. You know, coastal cities like ours, of course, have the most of both. And since the A16 in particular is marketed as being relatively luxury, relatively consumer, yeah, they don't sell well outside of population centers. They can do the rural hard labor jobs, but cold models can do the same work with a lot less maintenance. So where's the A16 outperformed then? Customer service, healthcare, childcare, lots of hospitals, offices, and, you know, adult industries. Oh. Sorry, didn't mean to be blunt, No, it makes sense. They're warm and soft to the touch and obedient. I'm just surprised to hear it from a company employee. There are a lot of people at the company who won't talk about it, but I work in quality assurance. I've seen too many damages to pretend it's not happening. Damages? What we call it when a customer tries to return a product that's clearly broken beyond repair. Oh. Very high turnover in the pink market. Morgan, you don't have to ask what that one stands for. Hasn't stopped her from selling to them. Well, we don't sell to them, not directly. But there are resellers, and the company's never pretended to be interested in going after them. Are there resellers? Ooh, we get a little bonus right here. I thought I read that Right to Repair got shut down again. There's been a gray market for softer androids for years, or decades, depending on your definition of android. Based on the sales numbers I've seen, RTR getting canned was barely a blip on their radar. Sorry, didn't mean to make you uncomfortable with this topic. Me? No, I don't care. I just realized my left sock's on inside out. Damn, now I'm wondering about that myself. Bought that? So this floor is basically a showroom, but you have a real factory a while south of the city limits, correct? Yeah, biggest company manufacturing complex in the hemisphere. Got any data on the shipping out of there? Anything stand out? There's some prep work for the holiday bump, looks like. Might sound early to get started now, but we usually see... Something wrong? No, the numbers are all normal, but the data's been edited. Is that unusual? Well, this section's just a count of how many were sent where. There's not a lot of room for errors, so there shouldn't be much need for corrections. That's no problem, though. I can view the edit history and see it was fixed. Okay, that's weird. Was something added? Deleted? No, the overall sum's the same. It's just a bunch of swaps. Like, here. 29 FCC 1031, taken out, returned for adjustments. 27 FCCD 01964, substituted in, shipment leaves on time. '67 BPTC returned to assembly for revisions, replaced by 77 shipment leaves on time. So does all that strike you as odd, Mr. Dawes? Replacements before shipping isn't uncommon, but when it happens by the batch load. To spot, individual unit perfections among a shipment at that stage in the process, must have been someone with a lot of experience or authority, probably both. Must have. Do you know who made these changes? I can tell you there's somebody important. Small last-minute changes to which androids got shipped out. Not very juicy on its own, and it's a long ways away from explaining why someone would want to kill David. But it was hidden, and that means someone didn't want it found. Do I have that in here? Manufacturer, psychiatrist, Sarah's paper, shipping data, here it is. Logs detailing the shipping information for several thousand different warm androids sold by Noble Electronics with less minutes. Shows a number of individual models being swapped out before shipping. The data shows signs of being tampered with, or at least being edited fairly recently, something only employees at Evan Dawes level or above could do. Interesting. Okay, thanks for sharing that data. Sure you find what you were looking for? Hell if I know! Fair enough. Alright, tenants time. I know you're convinced the tenants are safe. So how do you square that with what happened to David? There's a cat next to a dog. First answer that comes to mind. Is the dog to the left or the right? I'd say the dog is on the left, the cat is on the right. You might expect half of people to say left, half of people say right, but actually their answer is almost entirely dependent on their native tongue. Whether it's read right to left or left to right. The language they speak affects how people process information. Their language affects how they think. And it's the same for machines. People can learn new languages and it can change our perspective. But machines can't learn a new source code. Every update's a reincarnation. And if that android did kill David, it wasn't because a 0 returned as a 1 somewhere. It's because there's something fundamentally wrong with it. And personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world. Unnecessarily cruel. Any other questions before I go find a hole to hide my head in? I'd like you to take a look at this. Chemistry's a little outside of my purview. What is this? Compound found in David Asher's blood. The poison? What is it? It didn't match anything in any database the medical examiner had access to. That's crazy. Here's a crazy idea to follow it up. See if it's a match for anything in Noble's internal databanks. We, don't make poison here. I'm not sure what that would accomplish. No, but this is a factory floor. You could be making baby blankets out there. You'd still have hazardous materials around. You think it was something industrial? Suppose it could be. Looks like it's carbon-based, narrows it down a lot. It's not exact. What is it? It doesn't make any sense, but it's a match for patent NOD 52345S. So basically, Neuro and Evil may have... Oh, hold on. For everybody who's like hearing my voice, not watching the stream, I'm reading what Aisha said in chat. So Neurosama and Evil started off as basic AI, have grown significantly. Vito's heavily invested and passionate about them, and it shows. Cool. My patience with AI is worn thin, but as long as we're, you know, recognizing it that it's a silly robot and not like the coming of AGI, or that it's going to take my job, I'm down to see where she goes. Ooh, a synthetically produced neurotransmitter analog for use in organic android components. Wait. Synthetically produced neurotransmitter analog for use in organic android components. Serotonin. Well, that explains a lot. A neurotransmitter would interact directly with the nervous system, in David's case, depressing it enough to put his life in danger. It also explains why it was a preset in his personal manufacturer. Sarah's nervous system, worth 10 times its weight in platinum, must be pumped full of it. So they think that was what killed him? Helen Young led the development of serotonin, didn't she? Yeah, she did. I should go and ask her about its composition then. Normally someone at her level wouldn't be able to answer specific questions about a compound formatted years ago. But she does have a reputation for being very detail-oriented. That works out nicely then. They say she's the type of person to micromanage how much water people drink at a 15-minute stand-up. I heard a rumor she once did bathroom breaks or timesheet theft. Aren't they? I'm kidding! But you should be careful about criticizing Superior, or people could be listening. Good thing we got privacy in your office. Uh-huh. No one but the two of us listening in. Thanks for cooperating, Gus. When the stage storms the building and starts zip-tying people, I'll let them know you were helpful. Nice joke. You're joking, right? Ooh, because we did our homework, we can torture this boy more. Actually, there is one more thing I wanted to ask you. What's that? How long have you been a corporate spy? What? Ooh, well. Here's a plot thread I didn't see coming. Yesterday, you let it slip that you worked in consulting. Had your guard down because I'm not part of the industry? I was a consultant. What are you talking about? When I walked in here, you said you didn't know how David died. But just now, you called serotonin a poison. What? I just assumed. If a chemical... I noticed that! I noticed that! Yeah! He said that's the poison. After he said you didn't know how David did it. I assumed if a chemical was found in a dead man, and I'm sure you've got no practiced answers to every logical point I could raise, so I'll just say this. Does the nervous guy bit really work on people? Keep it cool and people don't know what you're thinking. If you act a little jumpy, they feel inclined to calm you down. Before they know it, they're spilling their guts just to have something to fill the silence with. Oh, these two are made for each other. But also not in a romantic way. So it's not entirely an act these days. To answer your question, I did 3 tours in consulting. 4 quarters of internal affairs spy hunting at the Western Division. Then 8 embedded at Howe Industries. 24 months wearing different faces, answering different names, sleeping for 1 hour at a time with a 3D printed shiv under my pillow. My nerves are completely shot. My cover wouldn't last a day if I went back under. So you're a spy for Noble. Retired. You're working 6 days a week. 5.5 days a week. And in quality assurance. Trust me, this position is a cushy, generous reward for my past services. But you can't be that retired. You clearly know more than you're letting on. I have some old inboxes I still check. So, can you tell me what the hell is happening around here? And why I'm the one investigating David's death while your old co-workers are off twiddling their thumbs? It's that story. Wait, is this going to be the story about the robot that saved a guy's life? So, yep, the soldier, the blood transfusion. Blood, not oxygen. He's finally shooting straight. Yeah, I caught that earlier. He said something about like, oh, you know, the machine makes it pink. I'm like, no, the machine does not make it pink. The machine makes it red, and you guys dye it pink so people don't freak out. It's blood. The robots have blood. You make blood and you put it in the warm androids. The robot bleeds, and you are doing everything in your... The robot bleeds, and you are doing everything in your power to cover that up. And this feel-good story is going to blow the top. I'm calling it. I'm calling it. That's what I'm saying is going to happen. Blood, not oxygen. He's finally shooting straight. Something happened to him afterwards? Did the transfusion not last? No. There's nothing wrong with the blood. The story itself. There was a soldier, and he did get injured. It was on a base during a training exercise. There was a medical tent 10 meters away the whole time. The transfusion was just a fortuitous live test. His life was never in any danger. Doesn't make for much of a tearjerker. Not even a good photo op. Which our competitors understood. One of them, maybe even a few of them, got a hold of the story, started puffing it up, astroturfing, painting it over socials and virals. By the next morning, we had the military thinking we're leaking like a sieve. Meanwhile, the media is bombarding us with requests for videos, interviews, and data. And the state's praising our tech with one side of their mouth while threatening to mist us with the other for getting so greedy. Everyone in Noble CCE has been slammed ever since. Trying to find an off-ramp for the story we can walk back the claims without torpedoing our state contracts. I don't know what happened to Asher. Whether it was AI gone rogue or company infighting gone too far. But I can tell, we got an achievement for this, by the way. I can tell you, it wasn't done by consultants. That all you wanted to know? You worked in CCE. Was David actually seeing a psychiatrist? Or was it all cloak and dagger bullshit? I know that office. Some old co-workers who see them. So it's a front. They do both. So he was probably getting training. And he was probably talking to someone. Sorry, not the answer you were hoping for? Hoping? I wasn't hoping for any answer. The answer I expected was... You okay? That's all. Unless you got any advice. You saying you want a consultation? Couldn't hurt, right? This company, all these companies hate to lose. So don't fight them. Make them think you're fighting for them. Well, that's just business as usual for me. Good story. Up until now, there's been this grating ambiguity about what actually killed David. We've had to use guesses and process of elimination, even a goddamn pseudonym. Is Bubblegum Crisis good? Does it hold up? Oh, but I finally identified what the poison was. Now I just need to figure out how it got there. Or rather, who put it there. Which brings me back to here. An elevator shaft somewhere under or above ground, with kilometers of concrete faces and bureaucratic authorities surrounding me on all sides. Oh, they ran out of money. Tragic. An enemy in every cubicle, in every office of every floor of this temple. Built to interpret the inscrutable divinations of a temperamental oracle named Share Price. Belly of the beast. And yet, I feel more at ease now than I have all weekend. Makes sense. Now that I know Noble's my enemy, I know where to aim. All that's left to do is... good thing I didn't bring a knife to this fight. Hey, did she go through with buying that gun at the start of the chapter? She did, right? She does have a gun, right? She has a gun. Yeah. She has a gun. You know, I'm picking up some hints that Morgan has a gun. And that sound just now tells me that it's playing its role perfectly. I'll never have a real use for a firearm with this much bloatware. But just by carrying it around and paying attention to when the hard safety flips on, I'll always get a heads up when the police have entered the vicinity. Oh! It was a pair of sexoroids that ran on blood and could interface with high-end weapon systems. Okay, so they're the coolest women ever. Hi, Detective Reyes, it's Morgan. Happened to get your contact info and you got me clear for the crime scenes yesterday. Delete contact. Block this contact. Stop voice to text. How to stop voice to text. Chuckles. Just wanted to check in. Report this context, voice to text disable. And advise you that Noble's scared shitless of you stomping in and nationalizing the place. So they might be a little uncooperative when it comes to fetching documents. Block this contact, what makes you think we're at Noble. My bad then. Forget I said anything. And whatever you do, don't start your investigation with their stock buyback program. Trying reverse psychology only works if you think I care what you think. Stop voice of Dex. About time. I thought after I had the elevator for the next half an hour. Morgan Counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Deja vu. Might you have a moment to speak in private? Always, but who's asking? The board. What are the chances? I've been waiting to speak to them too. Oh, we're loading. Okay. Yo. Hi, Jung. Evangeline Morgan. They were lesbians that went rope to elope from their masters. Awesome! Helen Young. Thank you for making time in your schedule. Her posture, her tone, the fold of her clothes. Professional, dialed up to 11. Corporate armor, a full set. Her guard is up. Just Morgan is fine. You're just a few minutes early, Morgan. Typical corporate, never be the first to show up. Pissing contest nonsense. Doesn't even make sense. They called me in here. How could I possibly be early? You made the mistake of playing Mortal Kombat at midnight while unmedicated. What happened? What happened? I'm gonna flip their script. Oh, that's embarrassing. I didn't mean to catch you all off guard. I'll go wait outside in that case so you all can collect yourselves. I'm just surprised that Noble Electronics could screw up something as simple as meeting start time. But I'm not well versed in the art of staring at emails. You've made your point, counselor. Don't push your luck. The robot looks like she did it and didn't do it. Not with these people. Might I dare to ask who these people are? You don't have time to remember their names, and it won't do you much good either. Right, so they're not just rich, they're anonymous rich. Mob Act guarantees a level of okay, Mob Act. Passed in 2059 and amended in 61, intended to protect individuals. Labeled in the press as the Mob Act for its supposed goal of hindering mob justice, the PRA establishes procedures and funding for individuals within their particular tax bracket. Keep their name, face, and address off the main net, ensuring that they and their families are not prejudiced against just because of their financial status. Ah, for rich people. Economic uncertainty and civil unrest in the late 2050s led to a series of highly publicized crimes where corporate executives number high profile companies were stalked, harassed, and assassinated, so-called flash lynchings. Cool! After a particularly chaotic attack that resulted in the hospitalization of a 14-year-old, the PRA was proposed, debated, and signed a law in just under 11 hours. A flash lynching case is not going to trial since 2062. The PRA continues to practice since its day. Some economists pointed to the problems why the nation has enjoyed relatively resurgence in corporate immigration for the past few decades, but the purposely obscured nature of the law's implementation made the task of weighing its true economic impact effectively impossible. Fun. Spoken like a true believer. Except Mob Act is what normal people call it. Touting the party line, but allowing yourself a one instance of rebellion? Or just a slip of the tongue? I would never fault anyone for wanting their privacy, especially not job creators. But it must get pretty inconvenient not having a name to call them. Not really. Conversations with them are always one-sided. Sounds like a great environment to do business in. Look at the building you're standing in. We managed to eke out a meager profit somehow. So if it works... Didn't take you for the might makes right type. And I didn't take you for a clueless bore incapable of reading the room. Sorry, did I say something off color? I was only being casual since it's just the two of us in here. Maybe we should take advantage of this rare bit of privacy. Clear the air. You're here to ask about Sarah, yes? As I said before, I had no idea that Dr. Asher had been building an android on his private property. And I can say here and now that no one at Noble Electronics ever suspected that he was working to undermine the Tenet framework. She's trying to sound candid in her tone, but she's choosing her words with a surgeon's scalpel. She coached? Is that the truth, or is that your statement as VP of Android Futures? It's both, of course. Dr. Asher was always more than happy to hole himself up and work independently. We both know that. True, he could be pretty reclusive. I'm sure it caused all kinds of headaches, him disappearing on you all like that. Must have been especially difficult when he came back with breakthroughs that propelled Noble to the top of the industry. You should take a seat. If that's everyone, shall we begin? Sound only. Sound only, cameras off. That's funny. A friendly bunch. Is there a problem with the sound? Anyone get muted by accident? No. Okay. Thanks for having me. I don't want to take too much of your time. I'm actually a bit flustered having you all show up here. Didn't expect to talk to anyone higher up than a service associate. You're investigating the death of Dr. David Asher. Why wouldn't we take that seriously? Because you want me to go away. Ooh, she's mad. At least half of you do. The others aren't sure yet. You must be confused. The board is, as always, united in its decisions and its visions for the direction of this company. Uh-huh. Board of directors is just 13 roulette-rolling psychopaths who get together and vote on whether or not to execute their CEO every 6 months. None of them would be where they are if they were anything else. But I happen to know that kind of person thinks. The way I see it, there are 2 possible outcomes. Option 1, you oppose me. Shut me out completely, stonewall me, stall me, and wait for me to walk into trial so unprepared and ill-informed that I inevitably lose. Obviously, I don't like this option. But you can't be big fans of it either. If I lose, the world will learn that Dr. David Asher was killed by an android he programmed. Then every customer you've ever had and every lawyer they've ever seen on TV, and every firebrand, strapping, young, 60-year-old junior senator looking to make a name for themselves, will use your company balance sheet as their personal chew toy. The company is more than capable, after which the state still might just gobble you whole. And throw down enough sanctions to deperson whomever among you cries no fair. The company and its allies at the Capitol can more than fend for themselves. Yes, probably, but not definitely. Which makes it a gamble. It's still my turn to talk? Then, on to option 2. You cooperate with me. I use what you give me, or forge for me, to win a trial proving that David wasn't killed by an android. When the markets open tomorrow morning, you all get another round of stock buybacks on the initial dip. Then pat yourselves in the back for staying calm as you continue to profit off David's legacy for the next 100 years. And you won't even have to worry about him speaking out of turn. That's only if you win. If the company cooperates with you, denies that David was killed, and the state beats you anyway, it'll be catastrophic. Yeah. It's a gamble. But if at least some of your board wasn't considering taking it, I wouldn't be here. We're all busy people, and I'd hate to drive a wedge between such a close-knit group of friends. So, how about this? Option 3. Hedge your bets. What? Put a little on black, put a little on red, spread the love, and lower your risk profile. Don't make any statements about the trial. Tell the media the state's got your windpipe in a vice. Wait until just before the markets open Monday morning to send out your PR packages for rubber stamping. After you already know who's won. One way or another, this trial will be over before the end of the day, and you'll never hear from me again. So just don't shut me out completely for another few hours. And does anyone second that motion? Very well. We can answer some of your questions, Counselor. Better make them count then, no reason to be shy now. The poison that killed David Asher has been identified as
Serotonin. You're familiar? It's one of our many patented materials, as I recall. You recalled it pretty easily. Gee, what's changed? But intellectual property law can be very complex, Counselor. I'm not sure how much I or anyone at the company could tell you about serotonin at this time. Well, if you can't tell me about it, who could? You did lead its development, didn't you? Yes, I oversaw the project, which makes it that much harder to speak freely without compromising the confidentiality of the teams that reported to me. I understand. That sounds like bullshit and I don't believe it. But I'm not asking for the trade secrets here. It's a perfect match for the only foreign substance found in his blood.
I am back. Serotonin is what killed him. The state will say the same. That's not possible. Care to elaborate? I'm sorry, but I can't say any more at this time. Oh, so much for cooperating. And if I were to ask you as an officer of the court, then I would ask you to be patient and wait until this afternoon. ADA Rockford has already called me to testify. Already? Damn it! I got cocky because of the cops' late arrival. Emma must have gone straight for the throat first thing this morning and left the investigating for later. Hell, knowing her, she probably managed to ID the serotonin before she went to bed last night. So are we still having this conversation then? As I said, I'm sorry. But I have to take more than just my personal feelings into consideration here. It's a great deal at stake. Corporate speaker, you're too stupid to understand why I'm being dense. She's just trying to shield the company, plain and simple. LARPing as Helen Jungdiar, cute, on a crusade against government overreach. But if she's that busy defending Noble, she might be leaving herself unguarded. Why is she here anyway, and why am I speaking to her and not her lawyers? That's right, this is a vulnerable position for her. She wouldn't put herself in check like this. And not unless she was forced to. Ooh! So that's it. Acting as their mouthpiece isn't some honor for her. This is a punishment. She's being used as a meat shield. They're upset with her. Perhaps even suspicious of her, and we're in commercial, goddammit. I may wait a second until we're out of the ad because it smells like a big kaboom moment is coming up based on the interface, so I'm gonna give it just a second. Ain't it always the way? Ain't it always the way? We're gonna give it just a second. It'll be over in 27 seconds. So, how come the whole fucking world talks up AI? I know the answer to this one, but they're all talking up AI and they're not talking up the wetware computer. I guess to get meta with it. Marcus Zuckerberg. I guess to get meta with it. The wetware computer probably isn't exciting for Silicon Valley, because if we started giving the wetware computer more and more jobs, unlike LLMs where, you know, we have to role play that they're smart and capable, people are going to actually feel bad for the wetware. They already do. It's a real hard sell for me to be like, yo, we made the brain in a jar and made it do Excel. Like, it could be like 7 neurons and it'd be like, you better. I will Underground Railroad that damn thing myself. All right, we're back from the ad, so I'm gonna keep pushing. Anyway, the board's upset with her, perhaps even suspicious of her. I'm gonna find out why. I don't think she'd be jealous. I don't think jealousy is a streak in her. Let's talk about David's will. Has David's will been located? It had never gone anywhere. It's still in a safe deposit box. We'll retrieve it and have it read once all the unknowns surrounding his death have been made into knowns. That was an ace. So David's will hasn't even become part of the equation yet. Might not be for weeks at at this rate. Is that calculated though? Yeah, aren't you dragging your feet? Aren't you dragging your feet? Afraid there's something in that well you'd rather have not see the light of day? Oh, she's mad. We are not jealous in-laws who have been bribing the county sheriff, counselor. That was not it. Oh well. Anything we try to claim would inevitably overturned as soon as the will is read. Surely you understand that, counselor. Of course. I don't think it's jealousy either. Let's go, Sarah. Also, you can't invest half the economy in data centers and power plants for the wetware. Not right now, anyway. Yeah, I guess that's it. And I'm sure there's like, you know, a word for this. Maybe the guy with the guy with the Santa Claus beard who was also into distributing things to people has a word for it. But there's like a thing about like capitalism where it's like, we got to get the money and then we got to spend the money, even if we're spending the money on a bunch of bullshit. Like the idea of us like building a bunch of data centers that aren't going to get used or like, you know, playing up or doing whatever the hell we're doing. It's kind of part of the process. Like, it's not like an accident for them. Ruby is saying, aren't they using a lot of the same infrastructure? Didn't it come on the tail end of the Bitcoin bullshit? I don't know. That sounds plausible. I do think also it came on the tail end of the Bitcoin bullshit because they needed something to replace that grift, that game of like, no, we need 10 billion computers. Please give me 10 billion computers. Whatever else the court ends up labeling her, Sarah is a remarkably lifelike android. Had things worked out differently, you might have wanted her as the A16 poster girl. Or A17 or 18. Could have driven a lot of sales, her cute little pout projected on the sides of skyscrapers. A hypothetical of a hypothetical. As have been made tragically obvious to all of us, that Android is nothing like the A16. Oh, it's important to understand capitalism. It's very important to understand capitalism. I love this game. This game is awesome. This game is fucking incredible. But you need to understand, you know, capitalism. Not from a place of affection, you know? Anyway, a big thank you to my homegirl Amazon for AWS, which is being used to deliver this message right now. Every cyberpunk story is just, and it's already here. That it may be associated with our products going forward is nothing more than a massive liability. Yet you wouldn't have the A16 without her, and if they could take her apart and learn from her, they could have the world. So, was the motive to try and pry Sarah away from him? This I'm pressing on. Yeah, are you trying to monopolize Sarah? Sarah's worth a lot of money, in part because her creator isn't around to replicate her. Were you hoping to take her by force and reverse engineer her once David was out of the way? Don't be absurd. That machine is nothing but lawsuits and congressional hearings and PR nightmares waiting to happen. We busted on that one, too. Company doesn't need her, no matter how advanced she is. We only need steady growth and increased market share. Trying to steal Sarah with Gloop Ready Force does seem absurd when she puts it that way. It's really this one? It's really this one? Like, 13 is such a fucking annoying number to have in when you're playing Blackjack 2. It's just perfect enough to piss you off. I have to admit, I'm surprised you're more shaken up today, Miss Young. I'm processing. After all, you and David did have a history. You started at the same time, didn't you? Oh, was I supposed to stay on them? Maybe I was supposed to stay on them. Yes, we were colleagues and cordial with one another. No, they never had anything. No way did they ever have anything. Let me go in here. So whatever else the Cordons are doing, Sarah's Remarkable Life like Android, had things out, you heard over the poster girl. Yeah, I thought I did press the other two and didn't get anything back. Is it really that? That's insane. Yeah, that's what I thought. Stay ends the line of conversation. Is it this? I'm surprised. And so is Morgan. Yeah, staying doesn't, yeah, that's what I thought. Staying doesn't give you cards. This is the only one that'll give me a card. Wow. I have to admit, I'm surprised you aren't more shaken up, James Young. Yeah, we did this before. Yes, we're colleagues and cordial with one another. Don't be so modest. You helped him create the one-point doctrine that saved the company. Yeah, we did get a card from that one. Okay. I'm really surprised it was the jealousy line. I feel like the game's toying with me, which is fun. That is a gross exaggeration. Noble is far too large an organization to be affected by the contributions of any single individual. Well, that's not true at all. David fucking changed everything. Well, suppose you're right. No one person could change Noble's fortunes overnight. Except for David Asher, of course. But he was a once-in-a-generation talent. The guy Noble chose for the advertisements and the one they commissioned editorials about. Sorry, you're right. I shouldn't have equated the two of you. Oh, she wants to kill me. I just hope his one-point doctrine doesn't fall out of favor now that he's gone. Yes, well, we certainly wouldn't want that. Well, she didn't exactly explode with rage, but she definitely reacted. There's real jealousy there. Whether it boiled over, though. Ah, here we go. I didn't mean to pry about your relationship with David, or lack thereof. I suppose I'm just curious about his standing inside of Noble as a whole. David Asher was, and always will be, an outstanding contributor to the company's forward progress. Nothing will ever change that. Not even if he was killed by one of his own creations? That would, of course, be a tragic element that would call for reconsideration of his legacy. Ooh, she was almost off guard there. Like she was surprised for me to asking about Sarah ruining his reputation. Oh, this is a great question. Besides Sarah, David's reputation was crystal clean. He never went against the company once. Did he? That's... Unless I'm mistaken, he and Noble were on bad terms. And in that case, I might get the impression that some parts of leadership are actually glad to see him taken off the chessboard. That is not... Something buzzing in your ear? Fine. I suppose it makes no difference if you hear it now, or at the trial, or on your feed tomorrow. Dr. David Asher is being sued by the company for breach of contract. Satisfied? Now we're talking. Well then, I suppose that's... Alright, we took a couple hits, but we did it. So, you couldn't have mentioned this breach of contract earlier. Not without complicating the company's position unnecessarily. No. But there's no hiding it at this point. It'll all come out soon enough. There's a paper trail? Ah, much more than that. We'd been making moves to let him go for some time. Noble Electronics parting ways with David Asher. Must have been one hell of a breach of contract. What did he do? He betrayed the confidence of the board. What, was he contesting the suit? Putting up a fight? Engaging in a legal battle against a mega corporation without even telling me? Until recently, yes. You mean until he died? How recently? We spoke on Friday. That was what you two talked about in his parlor. No, this was earlier in the day. We were in this room, actually. Him, me, and several members of our legal department. It was an arbitration. And did you come to an agreement? Compromise. He would resign from his position in 2 quarters, foregoing royalties and any products we would develop if after the next 24 months. Ooh, this is juicy. In exchange, he wouldn't be publicly fired, and he would still be credited in all past, present, and future filings. How very reasonable. Paper, maybe. No matter what the deal was, letting go of David Asher is insanity. Reasonable, yes. We ended a good note, I'd like to think. We shook hands, even took a photo. Oh my god, you could not want to be in this picture less, David. Look at that wrong hand handshake. That awkward pose, that weird... David is fucking miserable. Yeah, that looks... David is miserable. Lovely. Huh. Something funny? I didn't know the board told jokes. They don't. That was legal. Oh yeah, David's gorgeous. I think so. Here's the thing. The fact that like... The fact that it's the board. It's for the board. The board is... Hello, positivity. Okay, let me finish that thought and then I'll talk to our raiders. The board is... Hi, raiders. Sit down. This will be on the test. The board pushed Jung out here to do this little song and dance because... to be punitive. They're kind of vindictive. That's what this is. They 100% know that this is humiliating. They 100% know that this is humiliating for David. This is to send a know your place message. Like, they are 100%... Oh, Yakuza Kiwami. Which Yakuza is that? I'm curious. Ruby says it's a remake of the first one. Also, what's up? I'm Gloop Queen. I can do this. That's Jung. She cannot do this. That's Morgan. She can do this. She kills. Children. It was just one night of overtime. So while they were spending their Friday night blowing the ink dry, you paid a visit to David's penthouse. What's Kingdom Come? I don't know that one either. Something left unfinished? She should be taking E and raising her daughter. I think she should, but she also really did everything in her power to, I'm she-herring David because you did. She also did everything in her power to table up a victory lap here. Something left unfinished? Professionally, it was a good meeting. There was no yelling, only finger pointing. Much cleaner than expected. But, Dr. Asher did not want to retire. Oh, wait, hold on. We have this as a, we have the picture in evidence here. Asher made with Helen Young and team of noble lawyers to set the... Can I talk? So fucking rude. Rating all the time. How dare you? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Hi, Jelly. Hello. Welcome. Look at... this picture without context. This picture without context. Also, hi, how are you, Jelly? Hello, 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 hello. Rock? That Roxy cast.
Excellent.
Yeah, hi, Jelly. Hello. Anyway, this photo is of someone getting...
Excellent.
This photo is of someone definitely getting forced to take a picture at Christmas, isn't it? Wait. I want that picture back. Wait, I want that picture back. Hold on. Also, hi, Jelly Jinx. Let me look at what you were up to. Chatting, Idols of Ash, Hollow Knight. What was your just chatting stream? What were you just chatting on? But yeah, here, hold on. Let's see. Asher met with Helen Young and a team of noble lawyers to set the terms of his resignation the afternoon before he died. Okay, that we know. This is what's interesting. This seems minor, but it's interesting that it's here. Jung set up the meeting and controlled every aspect from the refreshments to the timing in line with coworkers' descriptions of her detail-oriented personality. Jung was in charge of refreshments. Oh, Path of Pain. That sounds nightmarish. But Dr. Asher did not want to retire. He didn't want to be forced out of the company when he was the one who... when he contributed so much. Ooh, you got told not to say something. I didn't enjoy doing that to him, so I came over that night to apologize to him. We talked, reminisced, and when he brought out the drinks, I thought we'd be toasting to a new day. A few minutes later, he was dead. Because of that AI. Yeah, just go ahead and tag that on there, girly pop. That AI. Any idea how it came to be? As I said, I had no idea he was working on it. My question was more broad than that. If you really think David built an AI, how do you think he did it? How does Noble Electronics think he managed to work around the tenets? Well, it's quite obvious. It's quite beyond my area of expertise. And knowing that the company could call themselves an expert in illegal technology. But some in the R&D department have theorized that he created what they call a wax-wane decaying priority loop, which, as I understand, is an unstable, resource-intensive theoretical method of pseudo-randomizing the weight among preset tenets. Well, about as far off target as it gets with that guess. So they genuinely don't know. But that kind of inelegant brute force nonsense seems a far cry from the kind of thing that David would create. And she's about to get cut off. I seem to have taken us over our allotted time slot. I didn't even get to wave goodbye. She got told not to say something. You're serious about this trial? Don't I look it? You're not just making a play, you're actually going to defend that thing. I'm just defending myself, Miss Young. Oh, yes, of course you are. My mistake. I hoped you might be rooting for me, to tell you the truth. I may yet save everyone's stock options. Stock options will be alright either way. They always are. That gamble I offered your board. Which outcome would you bet on? Finally, an easy question. What I would bet is that whatever the outcome, the company will eat it up and shit it out with very little difficulty. You painted an ugly picture back there, but I've already seen the future. And it's just another marketing gimmick. The great Dr. Asher, too smart, too bold, too far ahead of his time. What spark of his genius remains buried inside the inspired Animate 19? I guess that depends. You were exactly right. He is more valuable to Noble as a dead man. Dun, dun, dun. The company poops, the AI poops. Dead man can't step out of line or put their foot in their mouth or hold politically inconvenient opinions. Oh, I feel like Jung's really talking to us here, aren't you? I don't think Jung poisoned him, that's for sure. To a good salesperson, a dead man is just another selling point. And David knew this. That's why David is dead. David, I don't think the company killed him necessarily. Maybe the company did kill him. Or maybe they did get to him. I'm still putting the pieces together here, but certainly David was aware that from the position of being dead, but having Sarah and Morgan, that some very easy chess pieces are on the board that Noble has no idea are coming. Pardon my outburst. I'm just tired. It's been a very long week for me. I'll let you prepare for your afternoon then, Dr. Young. No one calls me doctor. I ask them not to. You didn't want the title? At times I have thought very little of it, the PhD I earned from a Noble-owned school. Biochemistry. Couldn't have been a large department at Noble before they started work on more and more androids in earnest. They probably didn't have many expectations for the program back when she was part of it. But I was proud of it when I first got it. Something changed. Never seemed to catch on, people didn't use it, so eventually I told people not to use it. Very high IQ social power play, you understand. David never insisted that people used either. I'm pretty sure, and I know nothing of this game, there were at least 2 big twists of having an important opinion. That's true! That is very true that we probably, are several big twists from having an important opinion. But the other problem is, I'm the streamer, and I have to guess what is happening, so that way Fire Mountain can put the all ears emoji in the chat. That's how this works. Fire Mountain, can you do that for me, please? Okay, thank you. That's very different, and I think you know it. David Asher didn't have to. This one. It's very cute, is the thing. It's fucking adorable, is the thing. It's good. Load, 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 load. I'm going into this trial, my trial, with a lot less ammunition than I'd like. I'm beginning to form a picture of what actually happened, maybe even circling the drain on a suspect. But Emma won't be generous enough to give me breathing room. Hey, question that is kind of a spoiler. Is it trial time, and if so, how long is the trial? Because like, on the one hand, like, we did start kind of late, and I don't want to go too late for other people's sake. But I also want to see what's going to happen, you know? She'll want to end this fast. Maybe if I do badly enough, she'll flip her sadistic switch and she'll want to keep playing. So you got charged with owning an AI. First time you do something exciting in your whole life. And I gotta find out through the fucking grapevine. Alright, we'll do it. We'll do the court. We'll do the courtroom. 2 hours or so if you're fast. I don't know if I have that level of gas in me. I will confess, I don't know if I have that level of gas in me. It's really good. Boy, everybody finishes their stream at 10 o'clock, huh? Hi, Melodia. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello. All right. Tell you what. I want to give my voice box, like my actual real life voice box, a break. So we may not do the whole trial. We may have to hit a stopping point around like 11 o'clock, but so like an hour from now. We're going for it. Raiders, get your popcorn. We're going into the courtroom. You're one of my favorite YouTubers starting out. Oh my, what? Thank you. Wait, did I follow you? Wait, hold on. Did we get a shout out for Melodia? Did we, and Machine? Oh my god, sorry. We had like raid, and like the plot line was like, ba. Based on my VOD, you have like 3 hours of trial, but you've taken longer on the investigation segment than I did. Ah. But people are here. Okay, we'll give it an hour. We're gonna give it an hour. But Raiders, stay put. I'm gonna go fill up my water. I wanna know. Okay, so we're gonna wanna know, and we may end on a these episodes are big. These are beefy. Okay. I'm gonna make it run a commercial. I'm gonna fill up my water. Sit your butts down. We're going to court. And hopefully we'll get some answers. Or we'll get our plots twisted. Alright, be right back, kiddos. I'm also gonna make it run the commercial so that doesn't interrupt us. Woo! That's funny. Did y'all catch me? I realized the mic was in mute. Did y'all catch me talking to Ruby about Pokopia? The name of the game in our household has been Pokopia. If Nintendo Switches 2s were not like $500, we would have like I cannot wait for there to be a Nintendo Switch 2 Lite. Like, I know we're probably a ways out from, but I want one. Cause I love Pokopia, Ruby loves Pokopia. We've been playing Pokopia a lot. We've been playing with Discord friends and getting a Cloud Island going. Ruby is just showing me she's built an entire beautiful pool and spa facility in our pallet town. I will say, whoever walked up to the microphone at like a meeting and was like, what if we combine Minecraft and Pokemon? That guy knew that he was having $1 million idea. Fortunately, they followed through on it. It's so much fun. And the thing is, like, when I've played like Minecraft and things like that, like, I can get into it, but I like this because I have to care about the little Pokemons. And then I like doing it online. Like, we have a Cloud Island because then people can see what I built and we can be excited. We can work on things together. Or I can make like a huge penis out in the desert and leave breadcrumbs out there to annoy my friends when they bother to follow the breadcrumbs and they find just a huge penis in the desert. I did not play Dragon Quest Builders. I now want to go back and check out Dragon Quest Builders because... oh, did you see the penis in the desert? Yeah, the penis in the desert was me. I was waiting for somebody to notice that. I'll post the pictures on Discord. Don't worry. Whoever's like, I want to see the desert penis. I will post that. They're saved on the game console right now. Actually, Ruby, can you do me a massive favor? Oh wait, no, they're on my account. Never mind. You won't be able to get to them. Pictures, but they're under my save file, not yours, so don't worry about it. Yeah, they're not going to be in there because they're not in the system album. Oh yeah, yeah. So what I did is I built like a temple in the desert with like a dong in it. And I like left like a trail of black squares leading far out into the desert. And made sure that like it was over a couple hills so that you had to really commit before you finally got close enough to see the penis. I am actually like playing the game, to be clear. I will show off my I'm building a beautiful bar. Raiders of the Lost Dong. Thank you, Roxy. Somebody has their head on straight with the comedy. Anyway, our old boss wants to know, so you got charged with owning an AI. First time you do something exciting in your whole life, and I gotta find out the fucking grapevine? My life is plenty exciting. Freckles. You could bore the polish off a resume-checking robot. I've fucked Catholic school teachers with more active night lives than you. Okay. So, who'd you rope in? Anyone I know? Oh shit! Are you representing yourself? Fits within my budget. Screw your budget, you're going to jail! Thanks for the vote of confidence. It didn't matter how good of a lawyer you are. Anyone who represents themselves in court has a fool for counsel. You've represented yourself countless times. Not for anything I had a chance of losing. Your pal hasn't even been dead 48 hours. You're too close to this. You'll make mistakes. The powers that be really didn't want to give me a rain check. They're taking this very seriously. It's more dangerous than that. They're scared. Is there precedent? An ad committing murder? How'd you pass law school without learning how to look this stuff up? I know what the net says. I'm asking you. The answer to that is not helpful to you at the moment. So, what words of advice do you have? Get yourself a new lawyer. I'm gonna close this chat now. Don't lose, Freckles. Oh, you don't need to tell me that. Hi, Sarah! What are you reading, Adonai? I was reading David's employment contract with Noble Electronics before I got waylaid by spam texts. The one we found inside the panic room? It looks quite extensive. Should I skim it for you? Depends. Did you pass the bar exam since we last spoke? Comfortable? I am not. Ever seen that old movie with the gorilla and the skyscraper? They bring it to the city and I understand the analogy. Adonai? Oh, I wish I could call it overkill. But considering the specs Sarah put up yesterday, maybe those bindings aren't heavy enough. Now come to think of it, those numbers must have been faked along with the rest of what that machine read. That was all a smokescreen David added to help her lay low, then her actual strength is more like... if your joints weren't currently locked up tighter than a vice, do you think you could escape this place? I hope that question is not indicative of your strategy. This is me trying to distract you, Sarah. Enjoy the hypothetical. I would estimate that the building's automated security would put 9 holes in me before I reach that door. 9's not so bad. I would not be able to function after the 7th. Ah. Well, if you haven't been planning some great escape, I would not do that. That would be illegal. And you would still be on trial. I remember. So what have you been doing all day, then? I'm attempting to recover memories from Friday. You can do that? It's not dissimilar to the process of recovering data from erased from any other computer. Despite the difference in scale. I won't be able to remember everything, but if successful, I could recall individual pieces of information that could prove useful. That's a lot of coulds. And even if you're successful, you may not like what you find. Whatever happened that day, either you or David wanted you to forget it. Yes. But even so, I have to remember. Because the last day Father and I... Any luck so far, then? I can recall a slightly musty scent. Wow, case closed! What about you, Adonai? Have you formulated a plan for the trial's proceedings? Something like that. Jung insists that serotonin isn't what killed David. I don't buy it. There's no other explanation for how he died. So she's lying. And if she repeats that lie on the stand, I'll need to expose it. Somehow? Somehow? Would she really commit perjury to protect Noble? To protect one of Noble's patents? She doesn't strike me as quite the corporate zealot she makes herself out to be. But you believe that she had something to do with Father's death. What do you think? Huh. I don't know why anyone would kill Father. Well, considering the possible consequences of what he confessed to in his journal, I can think of... But then again, I don't understand why anyone would kill anyone. Do you? I love when they do this. Oof, bells tolling for thee! Means the doors of the courtroom are unlocked. Let's... Wait, can you walk like that? Waddle will have to do. Wait a second, across the hall, that's... Keep waddling, Sarah. I'll catch up. As you say, Adonai. Oh, this'll be a coin toss. You that surprised to see me? I'm not surprised you want to see the outcome of this trial. I am surprised you'd want to talk to me. You're defending the android, right? I'm gonna be nice to him. He values it. Yeah. I'm defending Sarah's innocent. I don't think she killed David. Do you? I don't think it matters. Noble is what killed David. I think we're all android defenders. Whether it was a pen stroke or a sleeper agent, killer android, or plain old goddamn arsenic, how could anyone that smart be that dumb? Why the hell didn't he ever sign his soul? Why the hell did he ever sign his soul over to them? David may have been over his head, but he wasn't a bad negotiator. I've read his contract. His position was strong. You're the lawyer. But a guy like me working in music? Can't tell how many people I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. No such thing as corporate generosity. You think you're getting a good deal, it's only because you don't know how much you just sold. How much you just sold. David's real wealth lay in his intellectual property. The potential energy of it hanging over the whole industry. If he sued even 1% of the companies taking inspiration from his Turing solution... there's a clause in his contract. If Noble ever did fire David, he would retain control over all his patents afterwards. Yeah, see, that sounds nice. Only they never did fire him, did they? Just happened to die. An unforeseeable act of God. In contract law, they call that... Don't make me speak French. Force majeure? The girl out. Please. I'm from California and I flunked Spanish. Mexico's right there and I flunked Spanish. I can't do these voices. You pronounce the J on this one? I don't wanna. I'm not gonna. They can force my manure all they want. I said, did you find anything interesting in the contract, Adonai? Force majeure. How was that? Thank you, Genie Problem. You threw me a fucking bone there. A few things, yeah. Basically, David's well taken care of, so long as they kept him around. And he'd retain control of his patents even after being let go. Sad. Logically, if David were to pass while still employed, Noble would continue to control the bulk of his IP. So if they knew David was gonna leave in a year... It'd be very foolish of them to let Father go. Well, they wouldn't do it for no reason. With his contract, he could only be fired for serious offenses. Corporate malfeasance, revealing trade secrets, fraud. Father was not a fraud. He was, as they say, the greatest of all time. Fraud just means lying to the company about something, Sarah. Oh, glad this is here. Binder containing the full text of David Asher's employment contract with Noble Electronics. Details include the terms of employment, including the following. David would... Yep, here we go. David would keep ownership of his patents if terminated. David couldn't be terminated without serious cause. Serious cause includes only fraud or worse. Fraud defined as manipulating company data. He was the GOAT, Adonai. Oof, eyes up, showtime. Counselor Morgan. Fucked up that this woman is, canonically like 12 right now, right? The stage charges you with possession of contraband. And that'd be you. In violation of safeguarding our National Digital Security Act. How do you plead? Not guilty? All right, there we go. Wait, can somebody get me the fucking Ace Attorney crowd noise? Because I need that here. Crowd. Very well, since it seems that we are, in fact, doing this. I'll now turn over the administration of this trial to the adjutant. Barrows, this is in 86, and she's in her 70s, right? So that means that her birth year would have to be in like the 2010s. Adjutant. Adjutant? I was fucking this up last time. But be warned. Any attempts at stalling or muddling the issue, and I'll step right in and override the trial myself. Summary judgment siding with the people. Are we understood? Yes, Your Honor. Are we going to have the same adjutant we had before? No way. Each courthouse only has so many bodies, but the personalities swap around all the time. So the chances of us dealing with the same glitchy mess as yesterday are... Glad to be back! Y'all miss me? Thanks, Bonnie! I can count on you. Hey, the stands are full of people this time around. There wasn't a crowd before. Oh, forget I said anything. I'll just crawl under a rock and die while you make your opening statements. The defendant is the owner of the android registered under the model name Sarah with the license number 1209280. She hasn't contested this, and I doubt she will. So the question of ownership is already answered, and all that remains is to determine whether Sarah qualifies as contraband. It's a charming android, incredibly well made, a masterpiece, and the last work of a great man. But when we look at the evidence and facts surrounding the death of Dr. Asher, we're forced to conclude that said android is responsible for his death. And that conclusion carries very serious implications. I will prove in court today that the machine standing there killed David Asher. Not through an accident or a mismanaged dosage, but through an intentional poisoning. I won't ask the court to judge this machine on its apparent sentience, its range of emotions, or the free will it may or may not possess. I only ask that the court judge this creation on what we will prove it to be more than capable of. Patricide. Ooh, she knows to be theatrical too. Oof. Wouldn't have to follow that act. But go for it anyway, defense! Your Honor, what the DA said is true. What did she just say? Did she just admit it? Sorry, just the first part. This android is charming, and it is the work of a great man. The rest was just pure speculation based on little more than a few bad camera angles and a phobia of anything new. I do own the android you see here. It was bequeathed to me by a man known to most of the people in this courtroom as the father of modern machine intelligence. To me, he was just my friend. And if I thought at any point that this puppet had anything to do with his death, I would have dragged it down to the chopping block myself. But I don't believe that. I never have. Sarah is an android, nothing more. It isn't capable of homicide, and it didn't even commit manslaughter. It's just a well-made machine. Any fears one has about its capabilities are projections, nothing more. And it troubles me greatly that the state is spending valuable time and resources on rushing to pulverize Dr. Asher's last known work, when it could be going after the very real, very human forces that were responsible for his death. She's serious? She's talking about Noble? The people can't prove that Sarah is an AI. And truth be told, I can't prove that it isn't. But I can prove that it's not guilty. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. Ooh, chills. I love when she lifts her little mask up. You sounded very confident, Adonai. Yeah, well, no one ever got good at lying by being modest. You could have simply said thank you. Thank you for your presence today, Detective London. In light of new evidence, I'd like to go over the death of Dr. Asher one more time. What happened Friday night? At 6:30 p.m., David Asher spoke on the phone with his lover and the two of them broke things off. That's an accurate description of their relationship, isn't it? I wouldn't know. That stuff's private. Don't I? Then the deceased met with Noble VP Helen Young in his parlor starting around 7:30 p.m. He then left the parlor and the sightlines of the home security system before reappearing on his private secondary security system in his basement moments later. At which point, the android Sarah can be seen handing him the poison he'd go on to drink. And do you see that android in the courtroom? Yeah, she's the green-haired one that's frowning at me. Let the record show that the android Sarah has been identified at the scene of the crime. No objections. None? Then why'd I even show up? Detective London, what happened next? Asher went upstairs and shared a drink with Miss Young. Within a few minutes, he was being airlifted to a hospital, where he was soon declared dead. We know that the poison could be produced by his manufacturer, which Sarah had access to, just up the stairs to his workshop. So Sarah had ample opportunity to procure the poison, and Sarah handled Dr. Asher's cup immediately before he did. Is there a question in that statement, Your Honor? I'll rephrase. Was anyone else seen handling Dr. Asher's cup before he died? No. I have no further questions. So that's your witness, Counselor. Well, he wasn't lying per se, but there was some ambiguity in his statement he gave. Truth's gotta come out one way or another. If Emma won't push, I'll have to pull. Oh, is this about to be timed? Uh-oh. I do think Emma's sleepy whatever content's better than the operas from the SGDAs. Morgan needs a foil that isn't impressed by her BS. Yeah, no, she does. It works much better. Peace out, Tengu. Yeah, no, I am going until 11 because I want to see what's going to happen, but I also can't fry my voice box at this point. Let's see. We have the talk screen. We have the basement footage. We have the whiskey. At 6:32 p.m., David Asher and Ice Porter broke up over the phone. All right, none of this is weird yet. They spoke briefly, then went downstairs to get drinks for them. Wait, it's gonna loop around, right? Like, I don't get penalized for missing it. It's gonna loop around. I wanna talk about that. I wanna talk about, okay, hold on. I was looking at chat too. That's on me. I heard a slight slip up in there. Could go nowhere, but at this stage I need to pick it every loose set I can. That's not weird. That's not weird. That's not weird. Oh, yay, phew, I got it. I'm glad that I acted fast. Check that footage again, Detective London. We only see Sarah handing the victim a cup. He had already retrieved the whiskey himself. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Detective London just wasn't being specific enough, Your Honor. But it matters little since it was David's cup, not the whiskey bottle that was poisoned. Weird flex, but okay. Boy, considering this is 2086, that's like saying some fucking, like, Popeye shit. And that was undeniable fact. And that... This fucking AD. And that undeniable fact is shown clearly in the security footage. Sarah hands him a cup after he was ready to leave. True, she did call David back and handed him a cup of poison? I'm gonna raise. I'm gonna raise on this one. Yeah, I'm gonna raise on this one. Why? It does seem weird. Why call him back? If the cup was already poisoned, don't you think David would have noticed it wasn't empty? Well, not necessarily. The lethal dose could have been quite small. If it were just a droplet, he could have easily overlooked it. For Sarah, this crime was very simple. There was too little to the plan for anything to go wrong. Once she handed it off, she just had to wait for him to drink from his cup. Is that all she'd have needed to do? She needed to make sure he had the correct cup. Yeah, that wasn't enough to poison David. That wasn't enough to poison David because he handed her the cups, plural. Yeah, no, I'm gonna push on it. Not a great plan if that really was Sarah's move. She gave him 2 cups. How could she have known which cup David would drink from? There are a few ways to go about it, but it's only a 50-50 shot, counselor. Stranger things have happened. Yeah, there was no way to know the right cup. I'll push a bit. Don't try and bluff me, Rockford. There was no difference between the cups. It's not a bluff. Sarah handed the cups to him in one stack with the poison hidden in the bottom cup. Oops, oh well. She knew David was courteous and would pour for his guest first. Ah, we got smacked. So he wouldn't even look into the poison cup until it was already pouring. Oh, she smacks you good. Cold-blooded patricide executed by taking calculated advantage of... Oh my god. Alright, girl. Ah, damn, she was luring me in with those easy answers. I fell for it. Now, are there some questions you'd like to ask the detective while he's available? Or are you done already? I was just about to get started. Well, even if I didn't make some questions, I'd make some up to spite you at this point. I mean, I noticed earlier, like, I think the game expects you to take some hits. Like, I probably have taken hits because I was foolish, but, like, the hit that happened with Jung, where I was like, oh, it's not gonna be jealousy. This doesn't really seem like jealousy would be her angle. I didn't get that vibe. Although maybe I'm wrong and other people zeroed right in on the jealousy. It did seem surprising that jealousy was the angle, considering that, you know... No, that one's on me? Okay. Yay! But I can do better than that. Now, what can I get London to say that would help my case? Ah, 12. Awesome. Let's push on... Let's talk about ad-involved crime. Detective, do you know how many violent incidents the police force have investigated in the past year? Not the exact number. Thousands, though. Yeah, around there. And of those thousands of incidents of violence, do you know how many of them were found to be the fault of automated dependents? I believe there's been 6 in the last 5 years. Were all 6 of them incidents of police-licensed ad-involved brutality? Relevance, Your Honor. Withdrawn. Oh, so the cop robots get to beat the shit out of people. Awesome. Ooh, we're at 18 out of 21. Maybe I do want to say how many tenants protect humans. Hold on. Oh, I like that her eyebrows move. Oh, I like that with this one, her eyebrow moves, but her eyes don't light up. But with this one, she kind of exits killer mode there. Yeah, I'm gonna stay on this one for now. Let's see if I can not get hit here. What would be a better term for the black eyes then? Detective London, in their capacity as assistants to the police force, are androids ever asked to commit acts of violence? Yeah, I guess so. They can push people, restrain them, harm them. And does that constitute a violation of their tenets, harming the people they're supposed to protect? Well, as I understand it, there might be some complex weighting math that goes into it, but no, it's not breaking any tenets. For that to be the case, they'd have to have tenet 1, right? May not injure through an action lead to blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I suppose that would have to be the case, wouldn't it? Are you asking me? Okay, so that one's not worth it at all. You don't even get to stay on that one. Oh, this is far outside his expertise. Yeah, let's go in on Sarah in the footage here. Detective, in the footage we just saw, could you see what Sarah was doing? Not exactly, no. Her back was to the camera and her hands were obscured. Could you see her hands from any other clip of camera footage retrieved from the basement? No. Did you or anyone else participating in the investigation ever see Sarah put anything into David Asher's cup? No. The footage submitted to the record is the best available view of what happened. Wouldn't Sarah's eyes record it best? Yeah, but if I bring this up, this will show the state's unwillingness to plug her into a computer and take a look. Is that good or bad? Bringing up that the state doesn't want to look. Black eyes are when she's not putting up a front. Okay, that makes sense. I'm gonna press here. Let's see what happens. What about the view from the android itself? Well, yeah, if we could see through the android's eyes, that'd be pretty conclusive. Oh, okay, yeah, no, that's right, we can't trust her data. I'm getting smacked, oh well. So it was this one. Okay, I did want to go here. Oops, oh well. As an aside, Detective. Hello! Welcome, kids! We're getting our devil dingled. We're getting bopped around. As an aside, Detective, do you know how many tenants are recognized in this country? 110? 112 as of this year. You give him that one. Do you know how many of those tenants pertain to protecting humans from harm? That one I do know. 41. And lastly, Detective, how many times in the last, say, century have we seen automated dependents break their tenants? Okay, this is the blackjack. 5 times is the agreed upon number. So if you were to tally that all up and try to make an evaluation as a police officer charged with protecting civilians, overall you would say that automated dependents in general are how dangerous to the public? The witness is not an expert on automated dependents, Your Honor. He's more than qualified to say whether they have a history of violence, Your Honor. What the heck? Let him answer. I would have to say that they are not dangerous. Normally, that would have bought me some doubt with the jury, but this isn't a traditional trial. At least I can say that I shored up my own confidence. Alright, seems like that's close as I'm gonna get to... Not a particular... It was, yeah. That was... I think that play of cards was not a blackjack. Like, that was kind of limping our way up there. Yeah, I took some smacks. Oh, well. I believe I've made my point. I have no more questions for this witness, Your Honor. Then we can move on to the next item on the docket. Looks like Emma wants to introduce some new evidence. I call Sarah to the stand. The android? Can she even do that? Approach, Your Honor? Huh? You're approaching me? I believe it's me they wanted to speak with. I didn't even get to finish my line. Now then, what the hell are you doing, Rockford? Took the words right out of my mouth. I have questions for the android. This seems like the best way to get answers. Also, thank you for the follow! You can't call an android as a witness. It's not a person. There's plenty of precedence for it. Ads provide testimony all the time. Not when they're on trial. Sarah isn't on trial. You are. Sarah's accused of being an AI. That means you don't trust a word out of its mouth. If the witness isn't to be trusted, the court can decide that for itself after hearing their testimony. Why the ambush? Why did you list this as entering evidence, D.A. Rockford? Only people can be witnesses, Your Honor, and ads don't have legal personhood. Evidence seems like the best worst descriptor. You know I can't make an android swear an oath. Rockford's just trying to spoil your opinion, Your Honor. The more this court treats Sarah like a person, the more you'll see her as human. And the weaker my case becomes in your eyes. Nice try, counselor. But we don't have time to worry about my impartiality. You're free to call for a mistrial if you want, but the state will have turned Sarah into slag before you can finish your motion. Rockford's calling a witness that is blatantly hostile to her case. If the witness is hostile, so be it. It did kill a man, after all. Allegedly! What about the right to avoid self-incrimination? Who's the one treating Sarah like an android now? Like a person now. Androids don't have rights. Damn it. That's... The android will take the stand. Your Honor, I've made my decision. And if Sarah refuses to take the stand, you're going to charge her with contempt of court? If the machine won't talk, you'll make every effort as owner to ensure that it does. And if it disobeys you, then we'll have our answer about its sentience right then and there. Yes, Your Honor. Shit! What's going on? The DA is going to question you on the stand. I love that Emma did this. What? But I shouldn't... Listen to me. You don't have a choice right now. This is happening. Tell the truth, but be concise. The more robotic, the better. Yes or no's only, if you can. Using affirmative and negative be laying in. But Adonai, if I make a mistake, all those people, they want to destroy... If you make a mistake, your lawyer will just have to cover for you. Understand? Yes. You are the android identified as Sarah, correct? Affirmative. Do you deny that this camera footage shows you handling the poisoned cup? Objection! Remains to be seen whether the cup itself was definitively poisoned. Yes, yes. Sarah, do you deny handing that cup to David Asher? Negative? I have no memory of the incident, so I can neither confirm nor deny it. Do you have any reasoning, any excuse for your actions for failing to notify police of crucial information? I do not have any records from that day, so I never had anything to tell anyone. Very well. Counselor? The journal, if you will. This could be a slaughter. Of course. Do you recognize this item? It's a journal that belongs to Dr. David Asher. I have seen him write it on many occasions. And have you any knowledge of its contents? You don't have to answer that, actually. Tell the court what you see here in this footage. I see myself reading the journal in the basement. This footage was captured on Friday, the day you claim to have no memory of. So regardless of what you do or don't remember, we know that you read his journal hours before David Asher died. That is logical. I'd like you to read some passages from it for the court. Can you do that? Of course. Page 238, the 10th line. Sarah is growing faster than I ever expected, beyond my wildest dreams or fears. Today, she... Continue, please. Today, she broke every password I have in the house, said she was curious. I can't expect to keep things from her forever. Page 251, line 12. I've gravely underestimated the scope of things. Sarah could change everything, and I don't think I could stop her. He wasn't... Page 263. Damn it, if this keeps up, Sarah's gonna fall to pieces up there. This is mean. Mean. I don't think I'm gonna win the objection is the thing. I don't think I would win an objection. Because all that's happening is we're reading passages. There's nothing to object. It's a journal that is evidence. Like, there's nothing, like... No, I'm gonna make her endure. I don't have a leg to stand on here, and Sarah doesn't have a shred of legal protection to speak of. I have to just let this play out. Page 263, I said. I think Sarah was angry today. When I came back from work, she had ripped a Zin alloy plate in half. She said she was testing her strength, but the cameras... That was... Page 267. Sarah scared me today. She starts bawling on the stand, it's all over. The phrasing of make her endure is extra mean. Yeah, that's the thing, is it's the correct choice. You feel like a dick. Your Honor, I fail to see the value in continuing this line of questioning. Dr. Asher was wary of building a high expecto android to his building, as any good scientist would be. That's been established. Do the people have a counter-argument? I have just one last question, if it pleases the court. Let's hear it. This footage was captured in the basement on Friday at around 5:30 p.m. Tell the court what you see. I see myself, standing where I was when I read the journal. I'm speaking to someone who's off camera, and I appear agitated, and I stomp my foot. That's how the crack got in the floor. And what happens to the floor after you stomp your foot? A large crack is made in the vulcanized polymer. And I walk off camera towards whomever I had been speaking to. Speaking or shouting? Asked and answered! Not really, but I'll withdraw the comment nonetheless. Your witness, counselor, or evidence, if you prefer. God damn, I knew she could cherry pick all the worst passages from the journal, but still! Oh, if Barrows wasn't wavering before. Oh, should I try to have Sarah read the mushy parts? No, the waterworks would start after only a few lines. Emma went to all that trouble to show how emotionally developed Sarah is, proving that she loved David like a father would be, playing right into her hand. What do you say, Counselor? Got some burning cues for the android to answer? Yes, Your Honor. Just one moment. Emma went for emotion, and the impact was devastating, so all I can do is focus on the facts. So, let's flip this around. Say Sarah absolutely didn't poison David. If that's the case, why did she call him back on his way out of the basement? That's... I'd actually like to ask you to read from the journal again, Sarah. You would? From where? From the section that explains what you were actually trying to do that night. The section of his journal detailing... his early career, his newfound fame, how he made Sarah. Wait, shit. Yeah, I can do it. Let's see. I feel like it would have to be, how he made Sarah. That story's in the journal. The story of how he made Sarah is in the journal, and the story about the cups is in the journal. Sarah would be handing the cups because she knows the story about him and Jung toasting with the crappy red Solo cups. And the first major technological development led to her. It's how he made Sarah. It's this one. It's this one. All right, that sounded right. Let's see if I got it. The latest sections of the journal are all about Sarah. Nope, that wasn't it. Fuck! God damn it, I thought that was good logic, too. If he reads any more of that, she'll burst into tears and my case may go up in flames. Correct bit, wrong choice. It's early career because that's when that happened. Here. It's this. Look around the early section. There should be an entry talking about an early victory at Noble. Okay, it is this. Relevance. The people will see in just one moment that this story is the key to the entire case. Got approval from overseas. Have to make pitch again this week, Jung says. Brought me a stack of plastic cups. Here's to a bright future together. And then on this next page, another victory for the young and sleepless. Helen convinced the president of Futures over lunch that my code could be the basis of the Animate 13's conversational tracking. She insisted on toasting the same crappy booze in the same cheap cups. Wants to make a tradition. Plastic cups and liquor. A ritual between Helen Young and David Asher, who are about to have a drink together Friday night. Something you want to say, Counselor? Let's put all our cards on the table, shall we? You want to compare theories? If you'd rather I end this now, I'd be happy to oblige. Here's what we know. Sarah read that journal and discovered what she was. It infuriated her and she wanted revenge for being kept under her maker's thumb. That very night, she had her chance when Dr. Asher came down looking for a drink. So, like the clever little helper she is, she offered him a cup to drink out of. We're completely in agreement on all that. So you also agree that the cup was poisoned. And that Sarah's responsible for his death. Hi! Raiders, you have to answer this question. I've done so many. This one's all on Yale. Not quite. It's not a bad example, Miss Rockford. But it is terribly complex. There's a much simpler reason for why Sarah did what she did. Oh, come on, this is easy. Wait, hold on. Let me try and make some fucking money back here.
Let me try and mix. There, I'm not covering the card anymore. There you go. Alright, cross your fingers. The story from the journal, you're saying Sarah wasn't planning anything. She was just being considerate. Oh, finally some fucking money back, thank God. That's so sweet. But I don't follow it, like, at all. It's actually quite simple. Sarah's not an AI. She only threw a tantrum that day because she found out she was being spied on. A realistic reaction for an android designed to be realistic. David Asher set her memory to be cleared himself because he wanted to preserve the experiment he was running. Sarah didn't hatch a plan to poison him using an obscure chemical acquired from the lab. And she didn't subtly manipulate David into drinking from only one of 2 cups. Because the android read
The whole journal that day. Meaning she also read how David and Jung used to celebrate. And so when she saw David was leaving the basement without the nostalgic cups, she called him back to hand them to him. Simple, right? Simple enough for me. But not nearly good enough for me. What's more likely, Miss Rockford? That a well-made, clever android proposed a sentimental addition to Two Friends Evening, or that a homegrown AI with groundbreaking physical and digital abilities concocted a complicated poisoning scheme just to kill an unimposing man, all on camera, mind you, before voluntarily submitting to a memory wipe. People make all kinds of stupid mistakes when they commit crimes, counselor. We shouldn't expect an AI to act much differently. Is it stupid or dangerous? Can't have it both ways, Your Honor. We can if it's ignorant of its power and still immature. A deadly trait to have in an AI that's capable of anything. Shall we see what Sarah's capable of then, Your Honor? What? You can't be... Your Honor, that's... The people open the door. Oh, true, and I can't resist open doors. Ruby, how is the pickle de gallo? Yeah, we found something at the store called pickle de gallo. It's a combination of pico de gallo and a nice, fine, fancy relish. It does not taste like pico de gallo at all. But it's really good. It's Grillo's, by the way, for anybody who has Grillo's pickles around here. Why are pickles, like, expensive? Pickles are way more expensive than they should be, but I pay the price. Ruby, how would you describe the taste? Like, it's really more pickly. It's sharp and vinegary with, like, a little spice on the back end. Yeah, Ruby calls it kind of in line with more of a cucumber salad. Really good on sandwiches. Yeah, it's got a vinegar bite to it. I love me a vinegar bite. It's probably why I eat an unhealthy amount of mayonnaise. Actually, no, I eat like a normal amount of mayonnaise. The method is unhealthy. Okay, no, I do eat a lot of mayo. I do eat a lot of mayo! It's my vice! I'm sorry! Let's do it! What do you even... Sarah, David Asher was your creator and your designated owner, correct? Should I still be using affirmative? And now that title falls to me. Yes? Great, thank you. Now turn off. What? Shut down. That's a command. Power on. What are you off? On. Adonai, I don't off. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is what this fearsome machine menace is capable of. I can put it to sleep with one word. So how could David Asher ever be threatened by it? Scary good logic. You've made your point, counselor. Let's move it along. I have no further questions for the machine, Your Honor. Thank you. For flipping you off and on? Can't imagine that was comfortable. It wasn't. But I wasn't referring to that. Since yesterday I've been searching for an answer to why I appeared on that camera. I know I would never hurt Father, but you helped me prove that to myself just now. Hadn't I? Pardon me, I need to focus. Everything depends on this next witness. The people call Helen Young to the stand. And I know that's a cliffhanger.
Excellent.
Thank you. God, I gotta fix that thing. I've never noticed that that thing that falls down just says streamer. It doesn't say anybody. I have to fix that damn thing. And I know that's a cliffhanger, but it is 11:10. My throat is bothering me. I said we were gonna get into this a chunk, and we did. So we are gonna save right here, and when this game comes back, next week, which I'm gonna lock in Wednesday. I'm gonna lock in Wednesday for this game. I know. It's coming back Wednesday. We're going to be Wednesday 5:30 here. Wednesday 5:30 here. Write it in chat so you know you understood me. Yeah, write it in chat. Now turn off. Now turn on. This game's really good. Yeah, thank you. Oh, wow, that's really nice of you to say. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to find somebody for us to rate into. 5:30 Pacific. So that's 8:30, New York time. You might be napping then. Okay, nap earlier. I'll also upload the VOD on YouTube, of course. Anyway, I also, next week, probably Monday, actually. I'm going to go ahead and lock it in Monday. Because my schedule was changing around live in real time here. I'm locking it in Monday. Every Boat Ever is back. For anybody who missed the stream gimmick before, it's where we rank every boat ever. By the way, wait, why Monday question mark? Boats Monday. Yeah, boats are Monday. Yeah. We are doing every boat ever. We're bringing back every boat ever. We have a bunch more boat suggestions we're going to do. Also, and this might blow up in my face, but this every boat ever stream is a Trojan horse. Actually, no, it's not a Trojan horse because that's another kind of software. I might have fucked around and wrote a full stack application, and I need your help testing it. I'm dead serious. Like, this isn't a bit. Like, I wrote a program, and it's a Jackbox style Twitch interactive tool, and this will be its first live test run. We're gonna use this like a voting tool, so that way everybody can participate and let everybody know what you think your hot takes on our boats are. By the way, we rank the boats on style, whether or not this boat believes in ACAB, and whether or not you'd want to be on it. So, for example, the Deepwater Horizon... No, it was the Ocean Gate Titan. The Ocean Gate Titan, for example, when we did that one. That was a very ACAB boat. We were neutral on how it looked, and nobody wanted to be on board of it. But some of the boats are a little bit less clear. Like, one of the boats was a rabbit. A literal rabbit. So, it's a very fun gimmick, and I'm very, very excited to see if my brand new software tool for everyone to use will either crash and burn or be fun, because then we can continue to build fun games and stuff like that off of it. Would you be on the Bones ship? The ship that is Bones? Oh, I'd be scared to be on a ship that is Bones. But I am gonna say that that boat believes ACAB. All cops are Bones. What would you do if, like, the cops kicked in the door and they were also just several bones? How do I obtain such an extension? It's going to be on a website. It's going to be on a website. I don't think anything is actually up and running on it right now, but it's literally going to be at it's going to be at there, which I think is going to throw an error. Okay, yeah, no, if anybody, oh, it throws a default Apache page right now. That's really funny. I got to fix that. We'll do it. Anyway, if anybody has any boat suggestions It's in there. It's in there. On Blue Sky Works as well. But there's an Every Boat Ever thread. Like, you should see, like, the general chat, and then there's Every Boat Ever under it. I will put a link to the thread in announcements just because people were looking for it. So I'll do that. Anyway, let's see who we want to go over to. Oh my god, I can feel it in my voice. I want to see how this is going to end, but... Oh, let's go over to Digi, because Digi is doing Deltarune and is right at a very exciting part of Deltarune Chapter 2. I want to go over to Digi. It's Queen time, for those of you who remember all your fun adventures with Queen in Chapter 2 of Deltarune. And if you don't know Queen from Deltarune, you're in for a fun time. But yeah, I will be back on Monday for boats, Wednesday for Morgan. I will post the schedule for real. Friday, I probably won't be streaming because I'm going to other stuff. Potassium. Anyway, we're going over to Digi. We're going over to Digi. We're going over to Digi. I have to stop talking. My throat hurts, so... Thank you for hanging out, everyone. I can't wait to see the end of Morgan's adventure. I have to keep shaking this for so long at the end of the VOD because it takes a while to click out. Hi, VOD watchers.